Everyone. Can I have everyone please be seated, especially board members, before I name names? Anyway, good morning. And I must say, we received a lot of great feedback last night regarding ODA in particular and how customer focused we are. Still, we're enforcers and do our job, but it's how we do our job. And it's great when I can share with the director that I can't see, and she goes, "Oh, why don't you try my glasses?" And so I'm actually borrowing Lisa's glasses today, so now maybe I can read my scripts. So, yeah, when you get older, cataracts seem to kind of overcome you. So, good morning and thank you for joining us this morning for the State of Oregon Board of Ag meeting. Today is Thursday, December 4th. This is Elin Miller, Chair of the Board of Agriculture, and I officially call this meeting to order. This meeting is being recorded and transcribed. Board members and guests, please state your name for the record before you begin your comments. For those attending in person, please ensure that you have signed in on the green sheet of paper to provide comment to the board this afternoon. For those attending virtually, please indicate in the chat that you would like to provide comments. John Boyce, board coordinator, will review a few housekeeping items for us. John?
Thank you. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded and transcribed. For those attending virtually, if you could ensure your microphones are muted throughout the meeting, unless you're speaking to prevent unnecessary background noise, that'd be great. We also request that only the board members and those actively presenting turn on their web cameras during the meeting to minimize strain on bandwidth. And then if you are joining virtually or by conference call, our pre-meeting materials are posted on our website at oda.direct/boardagriculture.
Thank you, John. Will you please call the roll call, and I'll begin. Elin Miller, Farmer, Umpqua.
Chad Allen.
Chad Allen, Tillamook.
Barbara Boyers excused. Mike Dill.
Mike Dill, public member, Philomath.
Ty Cleaver.
Ty Cleaver, Farmer Rancher, Klamath Falls.
Miguel Lopez. He's not on this morning. Kirk Mogg.
Kirk Mogg, public member, Portland.
Ellie Norris.
Ellie Norris, Farmer, Umpqua.
Eric Orem.
Good morning, Eric Orem, farmer from Heppner.
And Josh Zielinski.
Josh Zielinski, nurseryman from Salem, Oregon.
And Dean Stacy Simonich.
Stacy Simonich, Dean of Oregon State University's College of Agricultural Sciences and Director of the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station.
And Director Lisa Sharpelow Hansen.
Good morning, Lisa Sharpelow Hansen, Director, Department of Agriculture.
Thank you. Madam Chair, roll call confirmed that we do have a quorum present and can proceed with the meeting. For those joining us virtually, if you could use the chat box as our sign-in and let us know your name and organization. Throughout the meeting, I'll only monitor the chat for technical issues, so in general, please refrain from using the chat box to chat with board members or other attendees. We have a few folks joining us online. Sunny, if we could start with you for intros.
Good morning. I wasn't ready. Sunny Summers, Oregon Department of Agriculture.
And Laura.
Hi, Lauren Kenzie with Oregon Farm Bureau.
Perfect. And I see Laura on there as well.
Hi, Laura Passage in the director's office at the Department of Agriculture.
Perfect. And there's someone joining by phone. If the ending in 2506, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. Okay. And then for those joining us in person today, if we could go around and have you state your name and organization for our attendance record. Lindsay, if we could start with you.
Amanda Hoy, CEO for Oregon Wheats.
All right, this morning we'll begin with a bit of board business. First up is approval of our September 2025 meeting minutes. I'd like to call for a motion to approve those minutes.
Madam Chairman, woman, I so move.
Chair, that works.
I move to accept the minutes as presented.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded to accept the minutes as presented. Any further discussion, corrections, additions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries. For the record, that was a unanimous approval. All right. Next, the board will hear from Director Lisa Sharpless-Hanson about ODA's progress with our strategic plan. We've got a lot of recent rulemaking updates and reports of travels that she's had over the last quarter that are pretty amazing. So without further ado, I'll just go ahead and hand it over to Director Sharpless-Hanson.
Well, thank you. Good morning, board and members. I think I wanted to start out with, this was probably one of the fastest quarters I remember in my career. When I sat down and I started thinking about the board report, I'm like, what have I done in the last quarter? Well, I've traveled a lot. It's one of them. But what I realized was the last time we met, we had a very different look and outlook in what we were anticipating in terms of budget. And you're going to get a presentation. The next one will talk specifically about budget and what we've been doing in the recent quarter. But soon after the board meeting, all agencies received a letter from the governor that basically asked us to stop our travel that was related to training and conferences, reduce our spending and manage our spending in terms of our general funds and our lottery funds, and because of an economic shortfall. Along with that, we moved along and then soon after received instructions from the Legislative Fiscal Office to develop reduction lists from our budget, our current biennium budget, which we just started. So this is a tough thing to do. You think you have a budget and you have a spend plan and had to work forward. We were required to develop a list that had in 2.5 increments reductions for all fund types up to 5%. And so I'll let staff talk about that specifically, but that took up a really big chunk of the last quarter administratively for the agency. We put a lot of time and thought into what we were doing and really worked on a set of principles around holding our core programs whole as much as we possibly could to continue to provide the services from the department to Oregonians. So that was a big chunk of what we did. Needless to say, I did not attend NASDA. We had talked about my participation in NASDA, and the governor's request was coming out. Time and space almost the same, and so I chose to lean in and lead by example. And if I was going to ask staff not to travel, I wasn't going to either. So I participated virtually in that. So it's not quite the same experience. And then I think moving on, a couple of really, really big events. Governor Kotek had her first international trade mission. We had an ag delegation that accompanied. Teresa from our staff led that, and we had representation from Caneberry's Seafood Nursery, the Northwest Hort Council, the U.S. Forage Export Council, and then OSU and the FIC participated. And I think successful trade mission with lots of positive response. I think the governor really has leaned in around economic development and trade as part of that experience as well. We spent a lot of time as far as the ag delegation, and my work was meeting with other agricultural government officials and leaning in around non-tariff trade barriers. We did some work around a pesticide residue issue in Korea that related to straw, some market access issues in Japan relating to fruit and potatoes as well. So it was a quick turnaround in terms of a mission as well. I was gone about a week, so quick in and out. I participated in the National FFA Convention. If you haven't seen the Ag Quarterly, there's a story about it on my own time as part of that as well. And if you haven't done that, I would suggest you do. 73,000 people in attendance. It was an amazing event, and the energy was incredible. Every time I leave one of these major events with FFA, I'm encouraged and energized for the future, because you see the best of the best doing just absolutely amazing things.
Lisa, I'm going to break in. She also received, if you haven't read it, the Honorary American degree, which is the highest degree an individual can receive in FFA. So.
In terms of other work, the department, and specifically Lindsay, has really been involved around the farm stand rulemaking, farm stand, farm store conversations. If you remember, I think when we met in September, the governor had just paused that rulemaking for more work to be done. ODA has been working side by side with DLCD, trying to find a path forward. Ultimately, I think where we've landed is the issues that are out there can't really be dealt with in rule. There needs to be statutory changes. And so there's some ongoing work around what that might look like, and collaboration around it. So more to come as things unfold. But that has taken a significant amount of time, and Lindsay has really leaned in around that. I don't know if I've ever talked to the board about it, but when I was at OWEB, Stephanie Page and I started doing quarterly meetings with the ag organizations, with the conservation community, with the organic organizations. We've continued those as I came back at ODA, and so that has been an ongoing practice where we meet with those organizations. They can choose to or not, but we've also added in that a quarterly meeting with OSU and leadership at OSU to stay connected and share information and, avoid surprises for either. So that's been part of what we've been doing as well. Internally, we've spent a lot of time working on policies. Believe it or not, we'll be soon adopting a policy on policies, which sounds very bureaucratic, but really it's laying out a process and an SOP for how we implement policies in the department. And over a review, and I think some of it's left over from COVID and changes in systems, we've had a hard time pulling all of them together. They're very dispersed. And so Sherry Kudna has put in a significant amount of time trying to find the policies, and we're updating and bringing them into alignment with the rest of the enterprise. So it very internal focused, but it's work that is important, and we need to continue with that. I talked a little bit yesterday. This week, Governor Kotek announced a prosperity initiative. She'll be hiring a chief prosperity officer. You can look, or we can send to the board a couple of the articles that are out there that report on it. I'm not going to go into great detail, but she's also setting up a prosperity council. And I think it's really to look at why, or what the barriers are to business growth in Oregon, and what's hindering business growth in Oregon, and what opportunities there are to streamline and grow our economy and help grow the economy, really to help Oregon prosper in the long term. I think I want to talk a little bit about ag services. So if you read your board report from all the programs, you might have noted ag services is mentioned throughout that board report multiple times. What I see this as is success in terms of our realignment, in that we have more going on in terms of the ag services program helping other programs where we have dispersed staff across the state, bringing those activities at the local area. It helps us reduce our cost in terms of travel. It provides more permanent work or more work to some of our seasonal employees. And we had several major successes. One of them was in an infant food recall where they assisted the food safety program. They've continued to assist the animal health program in response to avian influenza cases where we've had to deal with that, and also with our plant pest and disease programs. And so I think we continue to see the opportunity and the maturity ongoing in that, and I think there's just more opportunity to come as we develop it. But I was excited when I read the report and realized how many places Ag Services is touching across the department and sharing resources. You probably noted we've done a lot of rulemaking. Sunny Summers in the director's office is doing an amazing job in terms of managing the rulemaking for the agency. You've seen it as we work through the LUBWAMA rules in terms of the organization and execution of our rules advisory committees. And she's also updated the website. So if you want to know anything about ODA's rulemaking, you can go to the website and you can find it in terms of activities. We've had a lot of positive feedback around our Ag Water Quality Program. The Water Quality Advisory Committee met a couple of weeks ago, and post that meeting, several members have done outreach back to the agency to express their appreciation on the maturity and the progress that our Ag Water Quality Program has made. And so I just want to give a shout out to Kevin, Finn, Isaac, and the team for the work there. That is a big accomplishment because for people who've been around the board for a long time, water quality was one of the places where we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort in terms of moving the program forward over the years. So we're really excited around that. You're going to hear from the marketing program, but I just want to express my gratitude to Teresa in terms of the Asia Trade Mission, and then kudos to Eric around his work in seafood. We did do an exception to the travel policy, and Eric did a major event with restaurant chefs in the EU around Oregon seafood and amplifying that. And then Amy continues her great work in terms of farm to school, and I think there's in your report something around the crunch, promoting fresh fruits and vegetables in schools. The brands program, we've talked about that over the last couple of meetings, continues to be a challenge for us. We implemented a fee increase. It still has issues. Leaning in terms of trying to find a path forward, making changes, trying some pilot programs with self-certification. We need to change how we do our brand inspections for that program to become fiscally viable. And so we're continuing to work on that as well. And the program is involved, cattle theft is a real thing. And we have several investigations right now going on where we're working with local law enforcement because of cattle theft with the high prices and everything else. You can put it together. I used to laugh when I heard cattle rustling, but it's real. It really is real. Also, we brought on a safety officer earlier this fall, Jen Blow, and she has been an amazing addition to the department. She's doing a lot of work around job hazard analysis for us, but she's also reinvigorated our safety committee. She's brought back training in terms of first aid and is really helping us build a culture of safety within ODA and a real focus on the safety of our staff. And so, I want to acknowledge that work as well. It would go unnoticed typically because you don't necessarily interact with some of the internal staff in that way. But she is doing an amazing job, and I'm really excited as we see the safety committee taking on a new vibrant form within the agency. And then Finally, I would mention that Cody in our IPPM program is leaving us and moving on to other things. And so I think he's done next week with us. So we'll be looking at how we move forward with that program as well. So that's a quick kind of update around the building and program-wise. I wanted to get a chance just to amplify 2026 is Year of the International Woman Farmer. ODA is going to have activities around that, and I wanted Andrea Cantu-Shomez just to talk about kind of what the department has put forward to help amplify women in agriculture.
Sure. Andrea Cantu-Shomez, Communications for ODA. As Lisa mentioned, 2026 is International Year of the Woman Farmer, and ODA is going to be amplifying that throughout 2026. Our plan is mostly to be social, to be posts on social media. What we'd really like to do is profile outstanding women in agriculture. I know it says farmer, but we're looking for all sectors of agriculture. In development right now is an online form where the public can submit their suggestions for an outstanding female woman farmer in ag. And we'd love to get those short stories. There will be like a series of questions, probably like 5 questions. Should be easy to do. Send us a photo and we'd love to share that. We'd love to share at least one every month. So that is in development. We hope to launch that in January. Our first will be Lisa to kick that off, and we'll talk a little bit about the international program. Lots of groups are also going to be running a campaign, including NASDA. So if you look at the NASDA website, Lisa is on there, and several other female directors across the nation are on there as well. So we're really excited. We really want to get a wide range of female producers in lots of different commodities and areas of agriculture. And so if you have any questions, please let me know. If it seems a little daunting, give me a call, give me a name, and I would be happy to conduct a quick interview and get a photo. We're not meaning for it to be a lot of work for folks, but really it's a time for us to celebrate women in agriculture in Oregon. We have a lot. We're like ranked 4th in the nation for the number of female producers in agriculture, so I know there's going to be plenty for us to look at. So those are our plans. I've been working with partner agencies and organizations about sharing this material, including the governor's office, to help profile some of the people we are looking to highlight. And of course, we'll be doing media pitches with local media. For those of you like in Klamath Falls, we'd love to contact the local TV station, local newspapers to get those stories shared. So that's the plan so far. We want to hear, we don't want to be in charge of picking who they are. We really want to hear from the public. And a great problem would be to have so many that we have to do one every week. But that'll be something we'd love to have an opportunity to work through. So that's going to start in January. And it's going to be mostly online. Of course, if anybody has any questions, please give me a call, and we'd love to work with you to see how we can not only share at ODA, but also work with your local media and organizations to get those stories shared wide and far.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah. You know, if you're part of one of the ag organizations and you haven't heard about this, please help amplify that, because we do want to have the opportunity to celebrate and amplify women in agriculture during the year.
Yes, and as soon as our form is ready, we're going to be sending some invitations out, email. We're going to be, I've started phone calls, so this shouldn't be the only place you hear about it. You should be receiving emails, all the commodity groups on our list, Farm Bureau, So this is kind of our warning that you're going to be getting those contacts and to start thinking about whom you'd like to highlight in your community.
Andrea.
Thanks.
So just a couple other things, and I'm actually ahead of time, which is unusual. In your written report, there is an update on accomplishments in terms of the strategic plan. I'm not planning on going through that specifically unless you all have questions. There's an update on how we're doing in terms of the governor's expectations. We heard all of you in terms of that report was very large, and so we've tried to shrink it down just to the key points so that you can help us track how we're doing as well. And then finally, I would mention we are in the third year of doing a Gallup employee engagement survey in state government. And so this is the third year ODA has had one. I think we are really excited. We haven't met with Gallup to dig in deep yet in terms of the results. But what we have seen since 2023 is this year was a significant increase in terms of employee satisfaction and engagement. And the highest place we ranked was, I know that someone in the department cares about me. Where we had a decrease in terms of our score was, I know what's expected of me at work. And I think some of that can be attributed to the state of change that we're in and continuing to evolve with things like ag services and other places where we're growing, changing, and there is a lot of change going on.
Well, congratulations, particularly on that. It's one of those public scorecards for management, so it's important that you're setting the tone at the top for the priorities that make sense for the team that really helps serve the Oregon Department of Ag. So that's very, very cool. Any questions of Director Sharpless Hansen from the board? I do have a question. On the prosperity focus for the governor, is there anything, in light of a lot of what we heard last night and what we've been hearing as far as being able to create an environment for, Oregon to prosper, is there anything specific we could provide input to or do or whatever that can maybe be able to echo some of the things we've heard to be able to raise that to the governor?
This might be one of the places where the board wants to send a letter to the governor to talk about, the excitement around the initiative and the opportunity to grow Oregon's economy, as well as some of the challenges that you hear. I mean, specifically here in this region, but across agriculture as well. I think there will be opportunity to plug in as the initiative grows. It's in a very, very early stages right now, but it's an important one. And it's a very important one for agriculture for the state we're in currently. So.
Any comments on that now? And maybe what I could do is have everybody think about that a little bit. And John, if we could plug into our business meeting, just the addition of just talking about what and when we might want to do something in regards to that. So it gives everybody a little time to think about it. And certainly anybody providing public comment, if you've got some ideas along those lines from a general standpoint, that's certainly appropriate too. So, okay.
And I would just add, from the department's perspective, we're continuing to amplify in those discussions as this is evolving, the importance of agriculture and food processing. And you'll hear more about that as Lindsay and the Ag Development team talk about the work that they're doing and some of the initiatives that we're embarking on.
Good. Well, we are ahead of time. That's pretty amazing. So I think we're fine. We always want to make sure we keep our public comment periods exactly when they're announced, but if we can move around some of the other things, if our speakers are here, we will appropriately do that. And Lisa will keep me on task in case I've overstepped my bounds on that. So, all right. Next on the agenda, we'll hear from is it marketing? Yes, ODA's marketing and development team. And so we have Deputy Director Lindsay Ang and Senior Policy Advisor Carla Belnez, but I don't know if Carla's going to come up or not, or she'll just be back up. So, okay. All right. Lindsay, we'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Lindsay Ang, Deputy Director, Oregon Department of Ag, for the record. So we have a lot of our ag development team back here as well, and I'll kind of introduce them before we start. And we have quite a bit of time. I can ramble for quite a long time, as many of you know. So I will try not to do that. And I want to leave time for questions and for if you guys have interest in any of the areas that ag development works, for you to be able to answer questions of the staff as well. So I'll just go from over here. Carla Belnez, she's worked with the economic development and marketing staff for many, many years, probably knows more of the history and things that have gone on than anyone. And so she's a incredibly valuable asset. Looking over to the left, we have Eric Garman. Raise your hand, Eric. You guys met Eric in Newport. Eric is one of our trade managers, and he has really had an important focus on food processing and food and beverage industry, which we're going to be talking a lot about today, as Lisa just mentioned, as well as some incredible work with seafood. He also came to us from the media sector, and so has done a lot of amazing things with communications and media. Next, we have Jim Couples, who is new to the team. Jim has come on board as our RFSI statewide coordinator. So as a part of the, regional resilient food systems infrastructure work, RFSI, which was a large grant that we received from USDA several years ago. It was part of the recovery dollars coming out of the Biden administration. That grant allowed states to also have a statewide coordination to really look at large infrastructure gaps and issues in the food system. And so we have 2026 and a lot of great ideas coming out, and Jim is coordinating that effort and talking to everyone, trying to bring us all together around that. Behind Jim is Amy Gilroy, and Amy is our farm to school and farm to institution manager. She has been with us for quite some time. I always hesitate to say farm to school because what Amy does is so much larger than farm to school. She's incredibly talented in technical assistance in accessing institutional markets and school markets, and has really done a ton of work in that area as well. So they are all here. They are the wealth of information, and I'll go through a little bit about the program and what we're doing now. So I just wanted to highlight here in our mission statement, protect, promote, and prosper. I always say we are one of the only two agencies in the state that have both a regulatory and an economic development mission. The other one is Dogami. I don't know what they do on the marketing side, but it's a really important piece of the Department of Agriculture, and I think that it is a cornerstone in everything that we do. Even when we regulate, we're educating and making sure that we're having the success of the industry in mind as we do those things. So this is also in our statutes. So in our broader Department of Ag statutes, 561020, the second point, the first point obvious is inspection and regulatory pieces, but it also includes market development. And the second point, we are specifically encouraged to really have the industry's long-term success in mind. So that's kind of where we operate in the economic development space. There is also a ag marketing statute where they created the Division of Agricultural Development, and that kind of talks about what the division was created for. Again, in our reorg, we've kind of pulled that group into the director's office because it's really related to every part of the agency and everything we do. And so I think that that's been a really positive move, and it's allowed us to work more closely with our other divisions. So Oregon agriculture, we talk about this a lot. It's a resilient economic driver. It's the backbone of our economy. It supports 531,000 jobs, contributes $5.5 billion in farm gate production, and drives a $42 billion food system. What makes us stand out? Oh, we're still on this one. Farm size matters. We've talked about that a lot. 90% of our farms are 500 acres or less. 67% are 49 acres or less. We have very few large farms, but just under 10% of those large farms generate 2/3 of the industry's economic activity. This blend of small-scale innovation and large-scale efficiency makes Oregon agriculture resilient and dynamic. ODA is here to support all farms, every size and production type. We need all of the producers, ranchers, fishers, and processors to thrive. 13% of jobs in Oregon are related to food and fiber products. But Oregon agriculture is evolving. We've talked a lot about that. Its strength continues to remain in its breadth, innovation, and commitment to feeding communities. It's really important locally and globally. We have recently seen a report around how Oregon was doing economically, and in Oregon, on average, 40% of our communities are suffering from food insecurity, and it's worse in our rural areas where we create most of the food. So it's very important. Okay, next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the history, and you'll notice here I said Department of Food and Agriculture, and I want to talk a little bit about the history of food processing. We have kind of thrown around the idea of changing the name of the department. A large portion of the department does deal with food, our food safety division, at the very most, and a lot of the work that we do in marketing and economic development is on value-added agriculture, and that's where we have those multipliers in the economy. So we're highlighting food in here so that we remember that it's a part of a broader sector for our value-added producers. So we have a long history of food and agriculture in Oregon. We truly are a food state. Obviously, our indigenous people that were here before us had a lot of foods that we still honor and cherish today, especially salmon. And they traded They were the first international traders. We continue to be an international trading state, but our indigenous tribes were the first traders with the Hudson Bay traders that came to the Pacific Northwest. The Oregon Trail, which we all know, post-1840, settlers most often came to Oregon to farm, ranch, and support the agricultural trade. Our rich soil and mild climate drew many, while rivers aided the trade, especially wheat and grains. By 1869, farmers harvested 17 million bushels of wheat and shipped them to global markets. We were trading, continuing back then as well. Then we also added cheese making. We have a long history of cheese making and dairy. Cattle, sheep, and goats were brought by settlers. And the Hudson Bay Company actually ran early dairies in the 1820s. Immigrants brought their own animals, and the dairy industry boomed by 1900. Over 70 butter and cheese factories. I wish we still had that many, but we still have some very good ones. Professor Frederick Kent of Oregon State University rode his bike around the state to assess the state of the dairy products industry in 1900. I hope you guys have some video of that. Not video, you wouldn't have video. Pictures. Tillamook Creamery was formed in 1909, and the Oregon dairy remains an efficient and sustainable industry today. Excuse me. Canneries and food processing. We talk a lot about canneries. When I actually first started working in Oregon agriculture, I was like, I did not like canned vegetables or canned fruit and didn't grow up around it. But it has such a long history in Oregon agriculture. We still call a lot of our packing facilities canneries, especially in the fruit industry. And that comes from that long history that we've had. First salmon canneries also were along the Columbia River. In 1866, they opened. By 1900s, the canning expanded to the Willamette Valley, and that's where we saw vegetable and fruit canning, as well as sauces, sauerkraut, and condiments. I think I lost my microphone. Okay. It's still here. In the 1920s, Ernest Weigand of the Oregon Agricultural College perfected the maraschino cherry, which was looked at one of our first early processing successes at OSU. We also have a lot of modern food processors in Oregon. It is still an incredibly important industry to us. Notable brands being obviously Pacific Seafood, Bornstein Seafood, Tillamook Creamery, Garden Burger, Stumptown, Bob's Red Mill, Dave's Killer Breads, Kettle Foods, Tazo Tea, Reese's, Rogue Creamery. I'm not trying to forget anyone, but there's quite a few. And now Oregon has nearly 1,700 food and beverage processors in the state. Industry employment rose in 2011 to 2021, and we have about 40,000 workers statewide in the food and beverage processing industry. It's a key growth sector for our rural areas, and it's one of our most diverse industries. So at the department, in our economic and trade development mission, I like to put it into kind of two categories. One is promotion of our agricultural products, and the other is kind of technical assistance and market development. Promotion, a large part of what we do is our participation with our 13 Western state partners in the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, where we do most of our international promotional work. Those dollars come from the Foreign Ag Service and are shared amongst the states where we have a lot of similar products, and that allows us also to complete a lot more projects and be in a lot more places than our staff just in Oregon can do. We also, farm to school promotion is a really important part of our farm to school and institution programs. And so we do a lot of work with trade shows for schools and institutional buyers. On the tech assistance and market development side, this is the less structured part of what we do, but I think it's where our superhero staff really shine. We are a very small staff, but mighty. All of the staff that I introduced have a long tenure with the department, and they've developed really deep knowledge and skill sets around Oregon food and ag. This is what enables us to really make a difference for our industry and where we can listen and learn and pivot to meet new challenges and help bring new ideas to fruition. This work is also bolstered by our partnerships, which are essential to everything we do. Here it says that government and community relations is something we do as part of our market development. That means things like OSU partnerships. We work very closely with the Food Innovation Center. We work closely with the governor's regional solution teams around the state. We work with Business Oregon, our sister agency in economic development. The Oregon Farm to School and School Garden Network and Oregon Department of Education with their farm to school dollars. And we work closely with our federal counterparts as well. We were integral in the Rocky Mountain Regional Food Business Center's work that OSU and Colorado State University also piloted out of some of that resilient food systems money that came out of USDA. And so there's a wide variety of things we do, and I noted a few of them there. We're happy to talk about any more of them as we go on. One of the things that, next slide, that came out of some of the work that we were doing with the business community and the Oregon Business Council has been this Oregon Food and Beverage Makers Roadmap. This is an example of the tailored type of technical assistance that this team provides. It's a culmination of years of work to understand and catalog co-packing resources and gaps in the state, as well as resources for growing food and beverage businesses. This is an ODA site. Many of you may have never been to an ODA site or many government sites. I don't know that we get a ton of traffic, but our co-packer locator on this website received over 2,500 unique visits last year, which means that small businesses in Oregon that are looking to grow their products and are looking for co-packers are utilizing it, and they're out there and they're growing and looking for support. We'll talk about this a little bit more later on when we talk about what's coming. Next slide. Here I just want to highlight some of the media and digital promotions that we do. An important piece of our work has been the Fresh from Oregon campaign. I'm not sure how much we talked about this. I think we tried to show the commercial that Director Hansen was on, but the Fresh from Oregon campaign is a partnership with KGW, right? Sorry, thank you. And Regions, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the James Beard Public Market. And so each month from March to October, we have a Hello Rose City segment that we highlight, generally a food product that's produced in Oregon, and have kind of a chef demo. It's a morning show. But we also have news stories that KGW does on particular agricultural stories of interest. And so it's a great opportunity for us to, one, provide some important news stories that are great human interest stories, as well as promote the great products that we have in Oregon. There's some of those here, and I believe we have a link to it on our website, but they're all kept on there. the other great thing about it is that because of the partnership that we've developed, Regents is underwriting the whole campaign. They believe it's an important piece to let people know about food as health, food as medicine. And so it's a great low-cost way for us to tell the story of Oregon agriculture. We hope to get many of you on there if you haven't been there yet. Next, I want to talk about Oregon's commodity commissions. This is a really important piece of our economic development mission. We have 22 commodity commissions that operate under the purview of the Oregon Department of Agriculture. We have oversight over these commodity commissions. You know many of them. The ODA director appoints all of these commissions, and we review and authorize their budgets annually and have oversight that they operate essentially as state agencies. They're funded by growers and harvesters, and they set policy and direction, make decisions about commodity-specific research, education, and generic marketing promotion projects. We work with them very, very closely, and they're incredibly important to the work that we do in terms of trying to promote and expand new markets. So we have a few highlights. I have 2 slides of highlights. This small team does a lot of amazing work. And so I won't read through all of them, but I think they give kind of an idea of the breadth of what we do, as well as some of the, more developed differences that are just not standard program delivery. Maybe one that I will highlight here. I think it's on the next slide. Sorry. Talked about that. One that I just want to highlight, actually don't even know if it's on here, but we just sent out a recruitment for an activity that I think really highlights what we do. We do a lot of ingredient development work, and actually Teresa Yoshioka, who is not here, I didn't introduce her, but Director Hansen talked to us all about her. She unfortunately is actually working with industry today and couldn't be here. And she's done a lot of ingredient development seminars with the Food Innovation Center and their product development team to develop ingredients for international markets. We have several different international markets where we've brought companies in and developed those. On the domestic side, our Farm to School and Institution manager, Amy Goroy, also runs a program at the Food Innovation Center where we bring in companies and help them develop their products for the school market. It's very, very specific to sell products to schools. They have to have a certain serving size that has a certain number of calories, and so they go through kind of a course to get them ready. And so I think those are both great examples of kind of the specialized service that's provided by the department there. We also do have a lot of grant programs. Several of them are really focused on economic development. One large one is our specialty crop block grants, which we receive as a block from USDA annually. It's about $2 million. That is dependent on the total receipts of specialty crops. So we are one of the highest receiving states because we have so many specialty crops in the state. Those are for the sole purpose of increasing the competitiveness of specialty crops in the state. So that's been a really important source of funding for us and to help the organizations that we work with very closely. And again, we talked a lot about the RFSI. Included in that chunk of dollars was the infrastructure and equipment grants that came with it. We awarded 8 infrastructure grants and 17 equipment-only grants. That was one-time funding, but we're looking at ways that some of the value that we received out of it, we're hoping we can institutionalize and carry on some of the technical assistance work. Also, we receive a bucket of money for farm to school equipment grants. This is a similar type of project. They're smaller grants, but generally we're helping producers purchase equipment either to pack their products or store their products appropriately, or even transport their products so that they can get those to schools. And that's a biennial grant that we administer as well. So what's next? The regional food and agriculture business centers. I think we may have talked a little bit about this idea and alluded to it. Director Hansen and I were lucky enough to attend WASDA in Montana this summer and heard about their regional food and ag business center program, and it really, I think, hit a chord with both of us, and it seemed to fit a bit with some of the challenges that we were seeing in Oregon agriculture and areas that we really wanted to focus on, namely rural economic development and helping ag in the middle. One of the other things that really struck me when we heard about their program was that they have similar grants to us, as do other states, but very often we have a program like our export work, where we have small businesses come to us and they're really not ready to actually export. If they got a sale while they were in Japan, probably would have a really hard time covering that sale and getting enough product to start exporting. And so the idea is really to make sure that we meet our farm and food businesses where they're at and provide them with that technical assistance so that then the investments that the state makes and the federal government makes can have better results. We'll make sure that they're ready for the services that we can offer them. So we've been working with our sister agency, Business Oregon, and other partners to develop this concept of regional food and ag business centers. John, if you want to go to the next slide, please. So Oregon's regions have really unique crops, products, and infrastructure, but producers often face similar barriers, complex regulations, as we've heard, limited access to capital, and fragmented support systems. Current efforts are strong. We have a lot of organizations that are working on behalf of the ag industry, but they're isolated, and it leaves many producers without clear pathways to navigate assistance or connect with peers across the state. Our focus areas will include business development and strategic planning, financing and investment support, grant writing and loan application assistance, guidance on regulation and permitting, and connections to state and federal programs. These priorities will be refined within each region based on local needs. ODA is uniquely positioned to connect Oregon's food and ag sector statewide, linking regional initiatives, federal programs, and industry expertise into a cohesive system. The agency will act as a force multiplier, enhancing rather than duplicating the work of regional partners, such as economic development districts, Business Oregon regional development officers, extension services, and community colleges. Coordinated tools, training, and data will ensure complementary efforts and shared learning. The network is a really important piece of this. We believe that the centers will strengthen Oregon's food and agriculture economy by reducing fragmentation through statewide alignment, building capacity by scaling local technical assistance, increasing access to funding and markets, strengthening resilience by supporting diverse regional systems, improving efficiency through coordinated responsive support. And together, these actions will build a connected, resilient, and efficient agricultural business ecosystem in Oregon. Why are we doing it? And why do we focus on small business? I talked about earlier the importance of this economic driver for the state of Oregon. Our food and beverage industry, when we talk about value added, is 40% more concentrated in Oregon than the national average and represents a crucial source of rural employment and economic development. Oregon has also emerged as a national leader in food and beverage entrepreneurship, creating new businesses at twice the national rate and attracting significant venture capital investment. However, concerning trends threaten this vital sector. While Oregon excels at starting food and beverage businesses, it struggles to help these businesses scale into larger enterprises. Relatedly, Oregon has lost its share of national food and beverage employment over the last decade, trailing national growth by 4% between 2015 to 2020. So if you'll remember earlier, I said that this sector has been growing significantly. We're still growing, but we're certainly trailing the national average. Food and beverage manufacturers in Oregon are 92% as productive as their national counterparts and pay approximately $10,000 less in annual wages. In 2024, ODA conducted preliminary outreach and did a study focused on production and co-packing challenges faced by food and beverage manufacturers. The findings revealed that each region has distinct needs and priorities within the food and beverage sector. There's a lot of talk about co-packing. As many of you know, because you're in the industry, every co-packer is different and every product has a different need. There's a lack of coordinated support between the regions, and there is limited cross-agency collaboration. And producers often face barriers due to those fragmented resources and inconsistent technical support. So this effort intends to address these disparities by establishing resourced and connected technical assistance networks, which will not only provide local support, but act as bridges to state-level funding programs, opportunities, and shared knowledge. A regional yet connected approach is essential. The proposed centers will strengthen Oregon's food system resilience by decentralizing hyperlocal business support and reducing dependence on single markets, supply chains, or regions. I think that's another piece that we really saw come out of COVID across the country. But in our rural areas, we saw that dependence on a single supply chain source really left many of us surprised when we saw empty grocery store shelves. Again, Oregon is really, truly a food state, and we're home to a thriving agricultural industry. It's also part of our tourism. We have world-class restaurants, and we have a really innovative food and beverage scene. I believe at the Food Innovation Center in some of their market research, many national companies come to Oregon because our market, I think it's maybe Portland and Austin, Texas, are some of the most interested in new types of food products. And so they're great places to test whether consumers will try new food products. Our reputation was reflected in Time Out magazine that ranked Portland as the number 10 best food city in the world. This list, based on a survey of thousands of city dwellers and insights from local food writers, highlights Portland's exceptional dining experiences, must-visit restaurants, and one standout dish, pizza, which is surprising, but I think it just further highlights the importance of food in our culture and in our identity as a state. So phase one, this is what we're spending a lot of our time focusing on in 2026, is we're going to pilot some of these food and ag business centers. This bottom-up initiative will empower the regions to identify their own challenges and opportunities. We will partner with regional organizations, economic development districts, those that we've talked about, and we're looking to do 2 to 3 pilot centers in 2026. Each of these will receive some money in order to get started from our RFSI statewide initiatives program. And the hope is that this will allow them to establish internal policies, identify technical assistance resources, and build referral systems among the partners. We will convene stakeholders and provide facilitation and coordination in the design of a statewide implementation framework. And then we hope that those pilot programs will learn a lot. It may look very different, but our plan is in going into 27-29 biennium, we'll have a little bit more of a structure that we can formalize with Business Oregon and other agencies for the statewide expansion of the centers. We've talked about potential future integration with some Business Oregon statewide programs like the regional innovation hubs that exist around the state. Those are sector agnostic at this point, but many of those organizations have been doing this work for quite some time, and they're located in our rural communities and have people that are already working on developing food and ag businesses. The intent is not to duplicate any of this effort. There's a lot of people doing this. The intent is to bring them together and help them work together as a network in order to share resources and really focus on growth. At this point, we're trying to do this without, we've talked a lot about the state of the state budget. We are hoping that we can do this with existing resources. There's a lot of resources out there, but we want to make sure that our communities are ready to take those resources and ready to act on them. And so the hope is that we can kind of partner a little bit closer with the funders and the nonprofits that are working in those communities, and make sure that we can kind of work together as a coordinated team. So that's a little bit about what we do and what we're working on going into 2026. I think this graphic kind of just tells you that at our core, how we look at our economic development efforts. And it requires all of them. It requires, I think that the health of the economic health of our ag industry and our food processing industry is an ecosystem. And when we lose portions of that ecosystem, when we lose the middle out of that, it really hurts on both sides. We heard a lot about that yesterday. We need to get bigger or we stay smaller. We hear that from a lot of new farm businesses is they can't grow, and so they'll choose to produce less. So this is that's all I have, actually.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll open it to questions. Director Simonich.
Stacy Simonich for the record. Thank you so much for that presentation. And of course, I'm very interested in the regional food and ag business centers. I know you mentioned OSU a lot. We're very involved in the space. You mentioned coordination with the large USDA grant, Lauren Gwynn, et cetera, the FIC. So please make sure to coordinate also with us. We're certainly not at a time where any of us have any excess money laying around. So I think that's pretty critical, also including coordinating with Extension, which Lauren is also in Extension. But what do you think the cost will be per center from ODA? And you talked about using internal money for that, but anyway, give us some sense for the cost per center.
Sure. Thank you, Dean Simonich. Chair Miller. Yeah, so we are coordinating very closely with Lauren and others. Also, we have presented this proposal to the Oregon Business Council's Food and Beverage Council for feedback. And Stacy Cole has been very instrumental in, Sherry Cole, excuse me. In talking about this and helping us think through it. So thank you for that, and we absolutely will continue to do that. For the pilot centers, we are planning on using some of our RFSI dollars, so the statewide coordination dollars. What we've seen in other states is that many of these organizations already have kind of a person on staff that is doing food and beverage or food and ag. SEDCOR is close to our office in Salem, and they do a lot of work. Many of you may be familiar with them in the Willamette Valley. They have a really strong background in ag businesses and food processing, certainly in the Willamette Valley. So they already have a lot of these resources. We're looking at somewhere between, 30 to 50,000 to help them develop that support and develop systems. But it is not, we're not planning to kind of build centers and new offices. The idea is really to incentivize them to be able to work with us and their other resources together. Did you want to say something?
Thanks. I think the whole idea of the initiative is being very deliberate and being a connector. And that's when we use the last slide that had, ODA as the plus in the middle, where ODA has excelled over time, and I think we still have more opportunity to excel, is connecting those resources together and bringing the people together very deliberately around these types of initiatives.
All right, Director Dill.
Mike Dill for the record. Well, first thing, I really kind of like the idea of Department of Food and Agriculture, so just wanted to say that. One of the things I've been thinking a lot about, and I've observed for several years, and in fact we were had to adapt our business for one of these examples, is what I'm really interested in is how do we get the retailers in on these conversations, and how do we connect our producers with our retailers. We had an issue several years ago where a fairly large regional brand decided that they wanted to change their purchasing model and go to more of a national model where purchasing decisions were happening halfway across the country. They wanted to reduce the number of purchase orders that they were issuing. They wanted to reduce the number of trucks at their stores. And as a result, we lost, Oregon producers lost out on access to this pretty major retailer. So I just wonder, I go to a lot of meetings, I'm in a lot of webinars, a lot of groups. I rarely see retailer representation at these meetings. And so I'm just wondering how we can bring them into the conversation so that our local, food businesses and farmers can access more than just maybe the local independent grocery store who's willing to accept 10 trucks a day or small, orders, where the larger chains are not. They're going to work with one or two distributors. And if you're not in with those distributors, then you're out of the picture. So just curious if there's any ideas or coordination or anything like that as we kind of continue to see this trend toward more national brands, even private label brands for these major retailers. And I just feel like it's just something that's going to continue to be a hurdle for most of our smaller producers.
Yeah, thank you, Director Chair Miller. It is certainly an issue, and over my career, we've tried a lot of creative ways to get in sometimes with those large retailers, even from the private sector. It's sometimes tough. I would say that part of that in some ways is helping educate those producers to ensure that they're providing the product in the form and format that the retailers are looking for, so that as they're investing and as they're planning, they can plan to supply them. And I think that's true for many different types of areas where you'll go into distribution. But one thing that I'll just highlight, and I think we may have talked about this in Ontario, but we're going to try to fund some pilots of this as well with our RFSI dollars, but is the training of high school students on quality, grade, and condition and food safety certification standards. We piloted this in Ontario, Oregon with the local high school, and they were able to receive community college credits. But the big benefit, I think, to the community was that kids came out of high school and they could work in the facilities that were in the area, and they understood what those quality standards were, what the pack sizes were, what the delivery requirements were for their customers. And so we've gotten interest in that program to expand that to other parts of the state. And we also are looking at taking some of that RFSI statewide dollars in 26 to do a pilot in another area and see how we can expand that program. But we agree that it's really difficult. I think the other piece that I'll just say where this can help is the network between our communities. Often we have a lot of areas in the state. We saw it in Klamath Falls, I think really clearly, where we have isolated communities that are doing large amounts of business. And as they're learning things from those national retailers and supplying those national retailers, we haven't, as a state, been able to connect those resources together. I think about a long time ago, we used to work with one of the potato pressers there who supplied Safeway, and we developed a system where we would seal their trucks for them because they were having issues of it leaving, and then when it showed up in California, it wasn't what they had put in the truck. But that's an issue that if you don't know what's going on, they found a way to solve it, but there's probably a lot of potato packers around the state that might have the same issue. So sharing that network, I think, is another way that we can help Oregon producers grow into that middle size and thrive there, which I think is our biggest challenge.
Thank you. I have a question in regards to, just the balance, domestic versus international trade focus, and where all, that's going. And having been in industries like almost 100% of the variety of the nuts I sold were out of the country and not domestic, just because of what we were selling. But what's the emphasis, the change, any focus that you're looking on? Again, back to maybe even a focus hugely on a domestic retailer campaigns for Oregon or those kinds of things.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Yeah, that's something that has, I think, plagued and confounded this group for many, many years. Part of the wonder of Oregon's diversity is also that it's really hard to do it all. And so we always struggle with that. I would say right now, for a number of reasons, we have a pretty tough environment internationally. We work with a lot of our exporters, and we are very much a dependent state. But with our resources, and we're a bit limited in terms of traveling outside of the state, we are really going to be relying on our partner states to help us maintain our presence in international markets. And we will still keep them, but we with a small staff, it's also really difficult for us to focus on new markets internationally. There's a lot of interest, and I think there's a lot of room for growth and assistance, especially in really building those resilient food systems and helping our isolated rural communities grow their supply chain to the next state or nationally. And so I think we've put a lot of work into that. The challenge is we don't have resources for it like we do on the international side as well. So we're funded through FAS and our work with WUSADA, and that really helps us maintain that presence. On the domestic side, there is no resources. And so I think it comes to these kind of more creative ideas and ways that we can do that work. And it tends to look more like technical assistance and less promotion and marketing.
There's none other. I have one other question, Ela Miller, for the record. When you're looking at the 22 commodity organizations and vis-a-vis marketing, national marketing orders, and how that, I know in commodities I'm involved in, that connection, that can be complicated, honestly. But how does that all work from a standpoint, from your view of again, with a few dollars that we have that are coming from farmers, for the most part, paying for these things, that we're taking the best advantage of opportunities from a state commodity board, federal marketing order, et cetera, just maybe a macro view of that, and do we need to look at improvements in how we do things?
Chair Miller, thank you. That's a challenging question, and I hope that I have certainly thoughts, but they are my own, so they may be controversial. But so I think a couple of things. Again, our diversity sometimes spreads us out a lot. I think a good example is we have 4 or 5 grass seed commissions. It's an important commodity, but as we kind of have smaller commissions, their budgets are not really huge, right? They work together very closely, but a lot of times we do that. We have multiple very specific commissions, and when they're not working as closely together, it's kind of less support. I think you'll see our dairy, the Oregon Dairy Commission just created a transition to Dairy West, which is with Idaho and
Washington and Utah.
And I think that that's been a really positive, and maybe Director Allen can talk about that a little bit as well. But the other thing I would say is our seafood commissions, for example, Eric Garman has been doing some work with them. We do a lot of international promotion activity through WUSADA for our seafood commissions, but we are the only state of the 13 Western states that focuses and supports seafood. In Washington, it's not as connected with their department anymore, as well as California. And so a lot of times, while it does benefit many of us, we're kind of coming at it from a one state perspective. Obviously, Alaska has their own, but so Eric has been working with our seafood commodity commissions because we have 4 or 5. 4, to look at doing something like creating a MAP cooperator, a market access program cooperator, that is a WUSADA-like organization that could develop its own West Coast seafood unified export strategy and then receive funds directly from USDA to promote West Coast seafood. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity in the commodity commissions for them to work together. And as everywhere in ag, some of them do better than most. And I don't know, Director Allen, if you have anything to add about the Dairy West transition and your thoughts.
Yeah, Chad Allen here for the record. I think just in terms of state commissions in general, we've seen, I think there's been a lot more consolidation among neighboring states. You know, we all know that ag doesn't have any real state borders necessarily, and so in the dairy situation, you had the number one state in this group is Idaho, and so they have a lot of dollars. And then just the way the nature of how sometimes the rules are, those got to be spent within the states, right? And so Oregon and Washington have the population, and so it's creating that partnership for those market access and then give us a better national representation with National Milk also. And so there were some attempts made in the past to do the same thing, but just the timing wasn't right, but it is now. And so, but it's a change, and so there's a lot that has to be done in terms of making sure you understand the dynamics of the state requirements, and so it took a while to get it all lined up, but it's to go live here next month. So.
I would just add, Lindsay's mentioned this a couple times. When we talk about Oregon agriculture, we talk about our diversity being our strength, our greatest strength. It's also one of our greatest challenges because we need to bring commodities and communities and producers and processors together to have enough mass to move things and to move the needle. We struggle with distribution in the state, and I'm hearkening back to being at the restaurant show last spring, and one of the companies we had with us was a small to mid-size company that was a condiment company. One of their challenges was getting into other states for market because of the order size. And how do you move product at a reasonable rate when it's not a full truckload or whatever else? And so finding some more of those opportunities. I remember Carla and I talking about distribution and starting to think about distribution. So those are some of the places. I think about ODA where we can bring, again, we need to be the connector. We're never going to be everything to all people, but if we can bring the resources that are out there and bring them together to the people who need them and make those connections, that's where we will thrive.
Any other questions? I feel like I do have one more. And it made me think of, because of the presentations last night, and looking at this regional approach, and it's kind of just a bit of an out-of-body comment here, but the idea and the challenge we have no borders. And so the idea of looking at regulatory barriers within states or regulatory challenges, labor might be a similar one, to have those regional hubs inspire work that could coordinate with, let's look at the flow of labor, California to Washington up to Canada, in a way that, I hate to use the word harmonization, but I might, but a way to be able to meet the needs of the challenges that we were hearing last night and other things, because we're hearing similar challenges on that one issue, and there may be many others that we could look at dealing with. And I know probably from a policy standpoint, they don't do that, but highlighting barriers, challenges, how could we work together better, et cetera. So that's a pretty loaded question. So I think Director Sharples Hansen wants to answer that.
She's got the, I've got the itch. I think one of the things that's a challenge in terms of communicating the complexity of our agricultural sector or marketing is that we're not just competing within Oregon. We're competing state to state, and having people understand the complexity of there's someone else out there. If we aren't competitive in terms of price, market, et cetera, there's someone else from nearby that can provide the product. And so, you know, having an understanding, it was very helpful last night with the comparisons that the producers provided us, just thinking about it from the regulatory perspective of where we may have differences that add cost or add barriers when we're competing in a global, regional marketplace, and there's always someone else. We're unique and we're special in Oregon, but we have to be competitive with our neighbors.
Yes, Dean Simonich.
Stacy Simonich for the record. And we saw that in Ontario, right? Where you're growing on the Oregon side and you're processing on the Idaho side, just down the street. So that was crystal clear there.
I would also just add, as they talked about last night, when we talk about value added, I think Ty asked the question about processing, and we talked about how this is a fresh pear, fresh cherry, fresh apple region that we're in currently, but the value, there's still value added there, and I think that's the value add is when you pack it and when you market it. And having spent a bit of time in the produce industry, the money is really in the marketing of the produce. I mean, everybody takes a cut, but I think we see that in Oregon, especially, every place that we have a border, is that the for grown agricultural commodities, the value is being added across the border, and so I think that's where we're really excited about the governor's initiative, and I think where having a better communication network with our regions, we hope to be able to inform some of that and what are those differences.
Great, thank you. Well, if there's no other questions, Deputy Director Ng, thank you. That was, let's just say, a happy topic. So even though we dragged back into less happy at the end, but thank you, and all the work, because this is a huge remit for the Oregon Department of Agriculture and very important to all of us in agriculture. So we are quite a bit ahead of time. So a question I would have, let's just look at the bat clock here. Yeah, we're actually 25 minutes ahead of our break. So unless my math is wrong.
You're right. Might I suggest, though, that we take a little break so that we can transition?
Yeah, so actually that's great. And so really the next topic is the budget and legislative updates. So let's take a break till, well, let's take a break till 10:15. And so give us a 10-minute break, and then we can get started with the update. So great, thanks. All right, if we could get everybody to reconvene in the next couple minutes, please. Right, if we could get everybody to reconvene. Okay, not to be overly optimistic about our timing, but I'm going to try to think we can keep ahead. We'll definitely start into the budget and legislative presentation, but it's just a heads up to the board. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about the Oregon Heritage Commission nominations. So I'm not going to do that today, move that up, but everybody needs to be looking at those nomination forms, and just as a reminder. But what we may end up moving up, if we have time this morning still, are a couple other board action items, and it would be next steps in the Board of Ag newsletter, and kind of 101 on resolution review. Is a possibility, and then our meeting dates. So, John, thank you for suggesting those things that might be, if we have time, so then we can save time at the end and some of us get through Portland before rush hour on Friday. So, anyway, okay. So, with that, I'd like to introduce both Deputy, let's see, where are we? There we go. Budget. There we go. Sorry. Adam Crawford, I thought you were going to be coming in virtually, so thank you for personally being here for us as our COO, and Jonathan Sandow. And I don't know if Lindsay's going to come up in with us or just have Jonathan go ahead. So Jonathan, thank you for being here, and I'll kick it over to you.
Great. Good morning, Chair Miller, Director Sharple-Hanson, members of the board, Jonathan Sandow, Deputy Director at Department of Ag. I know we're trying to stay ahead, but we said 50 minutes. We have 50 minutes of talking for you, so we'll keep you.
And we'll love it,
sure.
be titillated for every moment, so thank you.
Well, yes, as every good story needs a contrast, Deputy Director Lindsay Eng did a great job on, I think, providing good optimism, a good road forward. And we get the joy of this morning of kind of putting some of the constraints around where we're able to operate, and kind of how we will implement a lot of those visions and good things for the state of Oregon, but within the realities of the state budget context and kind of the legislative process. So this morning, I think kind of every quarter we always try to do legislative budget updates and readouts. Usually this one is kind of the most mundane and plain one because we just got off of a long session. Our budget was delivered. We're just implementing a lot of policy bills. Going into the short session of the even number years, agencies don't introduce introduce legislative policy bills. They don't, we don't have, the budget's already been crafted. And so there's really not a whole lot to provide an update on this one. But sitting here now, we do have a little bit of a budget update that Director Sharple-Hanson kind of previewed and talked about in the report, kind of around the task that every agency has been kind of asked to provide to the legislature. And I want to, I think we want to really pause before we go too far into it and just say, when the Natural Resource Agency blocks kind of presented to the subcommittee and the Ways and Means, it was, we really took the approach of saying, look, like we are providing options to the legislature to consider, right? This is not part of an agency budget where we crafted this within, being able to kind of forecast and weave in impacts into a future budget, have a lot of conversations with folks who are going to be impacted by these decisions. This was a very truncated timeline. And these were options that we were asked to provide to the legislature for their consideration. And so a little bit outside of that kind of normal, more robust process that typically occurs when folks start seeing, the mandatory 10% reduction list that we develop every year with our budget. Now, with that being said, we did use and we went to that 10% reduction list to really be kind of one of our biggest guiding North Stars because it was a known, it's a known list. Folks, try to mitigate as much surprises as we can within there. However, as we talked about earlier, doing this 4 months after a budget is completed is not the easiest task, right? And because dollars are committed, things are in motion, right? This isn't forecasting for next year saying, okay, we won't commit these dollars. You can consider taking them. And so there's a lot of different hydraulics that are at play when we're looking at kind of a mid-biennium cycle. And so as we went through that, as we developed this list, I'm going to kind of go through those a little bit of those core principles, talk about how we, the context around this, and then Adam's going to kind of go a little bit more of the budgetary details, break it down of the 2.5% and pieces like that, and then open to any kind of questions and conversations, but don't wait till the end. You can always raise hands and ask as we're going along. So as we put together kind of our 5% reduction list, that is, as we all interpreted the instructions from LFO to look at the current biennium, the 25-27 biennium, not the 27-29. We took really 3 core principles, and that was one around the core operations of these agencies, right? What are the things that we have to continue to do that are obligated, that are in motion, and kind of setting those off to the side. Holding our expertise, right? Our statewide expertise that exists within the agency that a lot of folks in a variety of sectors depend on across the state, and really protecting our staff, our knowledge, our expertise, our service deliverability. And so not putting any filled positions on our reduction list, right? Not looking at that, at those as of right now. And then economic activity. We took this approach of saying, look, we have a lot of, and you just heard Lindsay talk a lot about the variety of ways that we, interact with all the different channels of commerce. We looked at this and said, we can't really disrupt those programs that have a direct impact on these channels of commerce, because we don't want to continue to compound this further economic issue, right? And so looking at where we have some discretionary funding that doesn't necessarily and directly impact the flow of commerce for the state of Oregon, for agriculture, food, everything that's wrapped up into that. And so taking those kind of really big core principles, set out to develop this 5% list. And then we looked at, okay, where were we at in 2021 to effectively now in terms of our overall budget? Because a lot of programs were augmented resources during the pandemic, during the wildfires, during all these subset of emergencies. There was a lot of resources available, both general fund and federal funds, and kind of what programs were existing and what's carried over and where are all these things that are so new that maybe we should look there first as well. Well, when you look at our general fund balance ledger from 21 to this biennium, we're down about 36% in general fund. That is not our operational budget. That is showing that a lot of those one-time funds that we got have been flushed out of our agency, right? We don't have a lot of these carryover programs that exist. We identified 1.4 million in state meat inspection staffing, some CAFO positions, those types of really a couple positions that have really been kind of carried, brought into the agency as permanent resources since 21. But we have had a lot of that has been flushed out. Our lottery fund balance is down about 4%, 4.5%, and so that there was no one-time funding there. That's a pure allocation reduction. Place that against the 16% inflation rate since 21, and we've lost 20% of our purchasing power in lottery funds. And so all of the programs, all of the pieces that rely on our lottery funded dollars are operating basically on 80% of their purchasing power since 21. And so that means we're not able to do even the same amount of work that we were able to do back in 21. Our other funds, so think about licenses, fees, all the ways that we generate our other fund balances, those were up 16%. So we kept those with inflation. That's it. So all we did was maintain those all the programs that are fee based. All we did was keep their purchasing power equalized with what we were able to do in 21, right? And so we haven't raised them to to enhance services. We haven't raised them to do much more. We've kept those fees just at a continuation level. Our federal funds, though, we have become extremely more reliant on federal dollars, about 47% more on federal funds. And a lot of that is what we would classify as capacity dollars and not kind of programmatic funding. And so think about that as those dollars were really designed and allocated to states to enhance what you're already doing, not to build a foundation programs off of it. And so that there's a bit of a temporal energy to those federal funds, right? They're going to come and go. They're not base core, kind of the programmatic side. We've done all this with 8% less staffing since 21. So we have had an 8% reduction in what our staffing levels are allowed to be set by the legislature since 20. So we put that in front of folks as not as a way to say, kind of like, oh, we've done all this work. Look at where we're at. It is a way to kind of say, look, this is where we're at. Our budgets are not as flexible as they may appear, right? Once we start looking at a 5%, it doesn't, and Adam will show, it doesn't take long. It doesn't take many percentage points to actually start getting into meaningful programs, dollars. And I think it's also important to be like, every single dollar in not only our agency, but across the natural resource block and beyond they're all meaningful, right? There's no easy kind of reduction item out there. There's no button that we can, be able to look at and say, oh, that's the easy programs to reduce. There's none of that. They are all very difficult. There's all trade-offs. There's all benefits tied up. And so, as we go through the points, I think we can maybe talk a little bit about more each program if the board's interested, but we'll kind of lay out. And I'll just say that behind tab 3, on one of the blue sheets there, there's the full reduction list that we have that kind of details out where we identified funding and so, turn it over to Adam.
Chair Miller, Director Sharpelo Hansen, members of the board. For the record, Adam Crawford, Chief Operating Officer for the Oregon Department of Agriculture. I'll begin with apologies. We, Chief Operating Officer sometimes can't communicate without using spreadsheets, so we wanted to make sure you saw that as well. To Jonathan's point, just would like to reiterate, it's a difficult process to be given a budget and then 4 months later be asked to really materially change it. And so just wanted to give a huge amount of thanks and respect to the other members of the agency as we put together this reduction list. It is never an easy or simple process, and just thank you to the agency's partnership as we did this. To again reiterate the process that we went through, in October we were notified by the Legislative Fiscal Office to begin producing this list, and specifically in 2.5% increments. The first 2.5% to prioritize the list, and the next 2.5%. To give you the top line items that would like to draw your attention to, we are able to get to the first 2.5% by cabining the impacts within the agency itself. This means that we are not filling positions. This means we are taking cuts to our services and supplies. We're able to get that far. Unfortunately, we aren't able to get to the full 5% without the hammer falling outside of our agency. So this looks at pass-through dollars. It's 3 things that I would like to draw to your attention to. This is money for predator control districts. This is money for our farm to school equipment grants. This is money to our wolf depredation account. These are all really important programs and really hard fought discussions as we tried to figure out how best to talk through these. It also falls upon other agencies. We have some agreements with some of our sister agencies to do some work and some cost sharing around laboratory work and other things. I also need to mention in this case that just as we contract with some other agencies to produce work, some agencies contract with us to produce work. And in particular, the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission, we have about $1 million worth of work that we produce for them. That $1 million is on their cut list. So it all is tied up in and of itself. So what we, to Jonathan's point and to Director Sharpelo Hansen's point, we were asked in October to produce this list. We had to have it to the Legislative Fiscal Office by November 3rd. We had to speak to it roughly 10 days later to the Ways and Means subcommittee. Now, that's all of things I know. Let me tell you a little bit about things that I strongly suspect moving forward. So what they have to balance to is a general and lottery fund allocation. You may see some of the news stories about when a revenue forecast comes out, if it's up, if it's down, that is the number they are balancing to. The September forecast, the thing that really kicked all of this off, was a significant downgrade in general fund. As a result, we needed to start looking more closely at budgets. The most recent revenue forecast brings us almost back in line with the end of session forecast. So we're essentially balanced right now. That isn't to say that the next forecast is February, and that will be the one that they have to balance to figure out what the state budget looks like moving forward. So were I in their shoes, I would do something similar to this, and I would try to get as many options as possible about, depending upon what that February forecast looks like, what does this look like across the entire enterprise of state government? And depending on how bad or how good that revenue forecast is in February, that's the mark that I would have to hit or be thinking about. That means that right now we are engaging in a lot of questions, a lot of conversations. There's a lot of trade-offs and a lot of discussion going on within the context of the legislature, some of which we know and some of which I'm sure we don't. But in looking at the longer-term revenue forecast, the most recent revenue forecast was a positive one. And if we had that in September, I don't know if we are at this point. But that's all to say that there's a lot of uncertainty right now at the long-term revenue picture. And so we are doing our level best to Jonathan's point, make sure that we are maintaining our expertise. Luckily, we were able to again reiterate Jonathan's point, not cut a filled position. So we're able to just hold vacant positions at this point and really look at personal services. However, depending upon the level of impact in February, we will know more as we go through. So with that, happy to take any questions, happy to discuss any individual items.
Yeah, might I add, as hard as it is to go through this exercise right after you receive your budget, it actually is a better time than getting this exercise at the midpoint in the biennium when you've spent half of your money and then you have to come up with the same number and you're deeply into cutting people and services. And so from that perspective, I mean, I have a bit of a sigh of relief because we're at a spot where we could make some choices that still would hold programs whole, provide the services. And one of my principles was around economic development and supporting rural communities across the state. Adam asked me a question early on. He's like, Lisa, what would you set up for principles? And I spent some time and I gave him a whole list of things. And much of it was around how do we support the rural communities across the state? We know that that's a priority for the governor. We know that they need it. And so just trying to figure out the ways that we can minimize the impacts on others and maximize what we do with what we have. So as hard as it is, the timing, I think we have more options now than we would have had it come to us, January or June of 26.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Allen.
Chad Allen for the record. What's the partnership on the wolf deprivation program with ODF&W, and is there anything in their budget that's being allocated for the loss of livestock?
Chair Miller, Dr. Allen. The relationship with ODFW on wolves. I'm going to address a point you didn't bring up because I think they get commingled quite a bit. But the relationship with ODA and ODFW on wolves is on the financial budget side. They're very separate and distinct. And so ODFW they have the resources to go out and implement the wolf management plan, to go out and kind of do all the confirmation around was it a confirmed, probable or not wolf depredation. That's all within kind of ODFW's budget. Then ODA, we have then the grant program, this pot of funding that then looks at their confirmation reports right around wolf depredation and then provide that financial assistance to them. And so those they're not as budgetarily they're not as coupled together as it may seem because they're very separate in terms of one's a grant assistant program, one is a lot of kind of the agency operations side of it within ODFW. They within their agency reductions, I think they had a lot of kind of just smaller percentage points along a lot of different programs in terms of their reductions. But that's kind of the relationship between those programs. And so by us reducing the amount that's, or by having the recommendation to the legislature around the amount available for grant assistance, does not have a direct impact around ODFW's programs for wolf management. The predator control, though, that is where we have we get the same amount of funding in each agency's budgets than to provide to wildlife services around their what they're able to do within the predator control side. And so those two tend to get, the wolf and predator control tend to get commingled quite a bit in these conversations. And so that's why I wanted to bring that one in too, because there's a bit more relationship there with ODFW and their budget side, because we have split resources that then ultimately goes to U.S. Wildlife or APHIS Wildlife Services. But that, again, that's still separate from the wolf side.
Jonathan, can you clarify the difference in terms of what we do with the wolf compensation versus what the predator control fund is used for? Coyotes and ravens, not wolves, right? I mean, can you talk about that just a little bit so that everybody understands? Because they become conflated pretty quickly when you talk.
Well, there's a part when wolf management goes into predator management based on criteria in the wolf management plan.
Yep. Yeah, and again, those management plans, those management decisions are ODFW, right? And so, I think, bifurcating the two, at least, at ODA's level, is, the wolf compensation really looks just at the depredation of, livestock, working dogs, the preventative, measures to mitigate kind of the wolf impact, the wolf conflicts out on the landscapes. And that is just direct granting. Well, it's to counties and then out to producers. The predator control side of it is ODFW has kind of their contract structure with APHIS Wildlife Services to do a lot of the wildlife management side of what APHIS does, and then our contracts really exist around like kind of the agricultural production side of it. So, to Director Sharple's answer, like the ravens, the geese, all those types of wildlife that might intersect with agricultural production is kind of where we're able to put our contracts, and then ODFW has their contract with more of the wildlife to wildlife management side of it. Ultimately, it all goes into into helping both the county, the state, and then the wildlife service relationships and funding all those different activities that are done. So yes, there's a lot of commingling in terms of the work on the ground, but the budget's kind of all parsed out.
So ODFW also is has to have a 5% scenario cut.
Every agency, yeah.
Correct. The only other thing I would add to that is Jonathan mentioned that we get an equal amount for predator control. Predator control is on both ODF and W's reduction list as well as our own.
So is there going to be, I just want to make sure I understand it. Is there going to be a reduction in the wolf degradation grant money available now, or is that just an option that's on the plate moving forward?
It is an option for the legislature to decide on in the 26th session.
Well, I just know that, some of the testimony we heard in Klamath, I mean, they worked really hard to get to where we are today, and it's not a significant, I wouldn't consider this, it's not a lot of money in comparison, right? And so there was definitely concern then about with the increased value of livestock now, whether that was going to be, and then if there's, over time, if there's a loss of service on both sides of this, it's even going to be way worse. We lost all the progress in trying to figure our way through this reintroduction of wolves.
And I think that is a great articulation of just how hard and complex these decisions are, and again, like none of these, none of these kind of just what appears just to be a spreadsheet document. They're very hard and complex to be able to even put them on that spreadsheet.
Director Orem.
Eric Orem for the record. So just as an example at the county level, one PAC in Morrow County since March there was 22 confirmed deprivations. And then there's a PAC right next door in Umatilla County that is right up there at the same level. My worry is that there's not even going to, right when this new application comes out here in the next week, I know at our county level anyways, we'll be having a meeting next Monday. I don't know that there's going to be enough money anyways, even with I mean, of course, the reduction will just make it worse, but I don't know if there'll be enough money with the amount of deprivations that are happening. Something happened this last year. There's a switch that they just went to eating cattle. I mean, it's crazy how fast those deprivations went up in the last 12 months. Just to be open, we had our first deprivation here in October and confirmed, and it is very disheartening, but all of our neighbors are in the same boat, so.
Yes. Stacy Simonich for the record. Yes, at OSU, we're feeling many of the same things. Our top cut scenario is 7.2%, and I'll talk about that more tomorrow. Two questions. One is, have you also seen cuts in federal funding that would be on top of this? For example, I'll show that our research awards are down 30% from the federal government grant programs. That's my first question. The second question is, I think if you ask any economist in the state right now, we're so focused on this biennium. What about the next biennium and the next biennium? I'm not sure it's going to get better anytime soon. So.
To address the first question around the federal funds, I think, Ellen can correct me if I'm wrong. We have not seen kind of a wholesale of, you know, like this funding bucket is just completely evaporated, right? Or you know, like contracts being canceled, those types of things. Yeah, not on all the wooden tables around, but like you know, I think even starting a few bienniums ago, we constantly see just the amount that's available for awards or available in an allocation formula, whatever the vehicle may be, just continue to be decreased. And that is, you know, again, that really kind of, you know, if we're not able to either backfill, you know, or not backfill, but, you know, continue to support the work with state dollars or other, you know, revenue sources, we're just, you know, having that kind of slow, you know, kind of drawdown on those resources just keeps compounding these types of exercises and challenges that we have. And so there hasn't really been a wholesale kind of disruption, at least for, you know, within ODA. But there has and continues to be just a lower and lower and lower amount available through, again, whatever means of the allocations may be.
And how about future bienniums?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I'll touch on that, but I think, did you want to say something?
I wanted to just add to this notion of the federal funding. I mean, I do feel very fortunate that ODA, for the most part, we've had our funding streams continue on the federal side. That said, this exercise has clearly pointed out to us our reliance on federal funds, and frankly, our reliance on federal funds for core services and not just the add-ons. And what we're seeing is we are really feeling the impacts of budget cuts over time with state dollars going into core programs like our insect plant prevention program, like our weed control program that has about, I think, 66,000 in general fund left in it, and there's lottery, but then we look out for federal fund contracts. So maintaining that core base is really challenging. So it's not just about the stuff above that are the add-on activities. When we start having these conversations, it goes straight to the core of the people that are doing the work in the programs.
Yeah, and so I think great transition then into kind of, you know, what are we anticipating coming forward? And, you know, I think, you know, as Adam had mentioned as well, there's, you know, the February revenue forecast is really going to be, you know, a telling, you know, a driver for the 26th session. And then, you know, we anticipate getting kind of the 27, 29 budget and, you know, legislative instructions, you know, sometime into the beginning of the new year. And we will, you know, and kind of how we navigate what those instructions are going to be. You know, a lot of the conversation in the building during legislative days, right? Both members and everybody around the process is it's not going to be an enhancement, you know, budget cycle. And I think that this is then where we start seeing some of these compounding impacts happen. Whereas, you know, if, you know, you know, should 5% reductions be realized, right, in the short session for 27, 29, we're asked to do 10% then reductions for 27, 29. You know, it's just, you know, once you've already taken, you know, once you've already reduced a certain amount and then you're continuing to go, you're just, you know, there's the depth of it just gets even harder and harder and harder. And so, you know, again, we'll wait and see, right? Because I don't, you know, I think the most recent revenue forecast was, you know, I wouldn't say like a surprise to folks, but I think it took some folks, you know, it recalibrated some people's perspectives. We don't know what February's going to bring. We don't know what June, you know, we don't know the subsequent outlays here, but I think the overall, you know, mentality is that, you know, 27, 29 is not going to be an enhancement.
And I would just add, beyond general fund and lottery funds, are other funded programs. So fee for services, registrations, license fees. When we've been through economic downturns like this, we've been able to rely more on those other funded programs to get us through. But because of inflation and the cost of doing business in state government, we don't have the fund balances that we had in the past to rely on, nor do we necessarily have the ability to raise fees in those programs, nor is it a good time for agriculture for us to add fees on in some of those places. So we have it compounded. You know, we've talked about the brand inspection program over and over. That program, we need to get out of the hole. And so where we're seeing this in a different way than what we've experienced in the past, where we had a little more flexibility because of our diversified income streams that we just don't have today.
Okay. Anything moving on to, yes, go ahead, Director Orem.
Eric Orem, for the record. I just have, I don't know if it's a question as much as a comment, but talking about budget shortfalls and revenue issues, but yet I'm looking at 2 executive orders from the governor on working lands and waters and energy. Those all come with costs and implementation costs and costs that are going to trickle down to us as producers, and not just ag, but all sectors of business in Oregon. But I guess I struggle with the state asking for everybody to cut their budgets, but yet they're putting more asks on the departments and which will ultimately trickle down to us as business owners and in the state. So I would hope there would be some advising or something that would tail some of this back and hold on. I agree with what the director said, is we need to, when things get tough, you got to get down to the core, right? And you got to keep your core sectors running sufficiently. We can't add extra at this time until things turn around. And I just have been reading through these executive orders this morning, and it it's frustrating. It's not that some of it's not needed. It's just when there's not the money to do it, I just don't understand, I guess. Thank you.
So, Chair Miller, members of the board. So, great comment. I think I'll take that to kind of maybe just wrap up our little piece, but diving into the point of, you know, we're very familiar, and we anticipate continuing to be called on to do more with either fewer or, you know, within the resources that we're able to have, right? And that always, I think everybody, around the tables in this room, online, can understand that and relate to that, in every step of life. And, we're not immune from that as well, as a state agency. But there are, I think, we talked around those core principles, or we talked around kind of, where we came from, through 21 till now and the budget side, and we really talked around kind of how we developed the, the 5% list. What I think what I'd like to do is flip that coin back over maybe to the little bit more optimism side of the contrast here, and really, I think, highlight the things that we are doing inside the department that recognizes that, we can't, we cannot continue to go ask for more resources, be it general fund, lottery funds, and fees, and not be able to say, and not to also demonstrate and really do the hard work internally of how are we changing how we're doing this to match with, the realities of being asked to do more with less. And so, I think that the two big really initiatives that right now that we're working on as the department. One is, we've talked around it before, is our modernization effort through, our Project One ODA. And that was, the $9 million worth of bonding funding that we got in the 25 session, right? That is going to, transform and revolutionize not only our IT, stack and infrastructure, but our processes, our efficiencies, our service deliverability, right? And it, reducing the amount of friction that occurs both internally and externally. And so, we're able to do, again, even just what we're asked to do today, within the resource bounds of where we're at. And then the second component to that is really looking at and developing and maturing this kind of this shared work model with our ag inspectors, our ability to cross train a lot of staff to maybe, be able to utilize some of our more part-time and seasonal workforces and develop and mature them into, full-time workforce. And so we're able then to start covering a lot, again, a lot of what we are, what we're doing today, but responding again to that, the budget realities, the resource realities that we have. And so, and I think, Eric, you bring up a good point. I think those are examples of, we will continue to be called on, and this agency will continue to respond and be, and lead and take on the asks and the missions that we are charged with. And we are, also then trying to really develop and really carve pathways forward on how to continue that, again, within the resource realities that we live in. So,
Director, did you have more?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will add to this. I think you hit on a lot of it, Jonathan, but I want to emphasize the work that we've done. We haven't reorganized. We've called it, a realignment, and that is an ongoing process for continuous improvement for this agency. We traditionally have had the benefit and privilege of being able to have these very individual programs around the agency that were managed individually. Going into the future, we've got to come up with another way for more of that shared service across, because otherwise we're not going to be able to deliver the services. And the cost of doing business in state government has gone up significantly in the last 5-10 years. Adam can probably come up with the exact number and time frame. That's a benefit, frankly, of having Adam on staff. He has a pretty good perspective from working in the legislature and being our analyst at DAS. And what he brings in as we're maneuvering through some of these things. And so it's not lost on us, you know, the need to continue to evolve, and we really have a strong eye toward that. But it's also, I think, inherent in who we are as an agency in trying to bring resources together and provide those services that you all need, recognizing that our work and the cost of our work trickles down to the industry. And so we tend to look, you know, try and manage like the fund balances and being cognizant of when we raise fees to what the industry's experiencing at the time. This exercise for me, again, another revelation was there are so many places where we have just like knitted things together to make it work. And when you start to say, well, maybe we're not going to do that, and you pull on the string and it just unravels. And we've been good at that, and that's why I think you've heard as much as you have about us being helpful. But in some cases, we're at a place right now that when you pull on any of those strings, things unravel rapidly. And we've made a lot of choices. And so, you know, I keep asking, are there things that we stop doing? Should we be having conversations? Are there programs that aren't as meaningful as they were at some time? They were important time and space, but is that what we need today as we're moving forward in the climate that we're in?
Great. I do have maybe one additional thing, and Director Orem, when you were talking about the executive orders and add-ons to things, and I think I really appreciate Director Sharpless Hansen that you had provided us all the reporting that you do to, you know, for the governor, and as a business person, I so appreciate accountability, and I love the intent and focus of that. But at the same time, even as a person who really is one that wants to count the widgets in a business setting in accountability, I hope we can make sure that we're not doing overkill for that too, because then that is also a distraction from the core focus and needs of the responsibilities of the department. So to the extent it's appropriate, or to the extent that it makes any sense at all, to be able to, again, provide, you know, where can we not do some things that aren't absolutely necessary and still providing the accountability that I welcomed that this governor brought with some of the questions that has been asked. But you know, again, as a industry person who sometimes counts widget more than I should, I think it's an awful lot that we're counting. So anyway. Anything else from the two of you? Again, well, you know, it was a bit of a Debbie Downer, sorry. And anyway, but thank you, both of you, for that. And do you have any wrapping up comments?
I do have a couple wrapping up comments. So our next board meeting will be post the legislative session. Just thinking about how things may move, they move quickly, you know, during our even year sessions. What type of communication would the board like, you know, as we work through this process in terms of updates, to have a sense for what's happening?
Question: how soon after the next forecast can you provide the what's happening or the direction? Because we have the 5% in place. The legislature is going to be deliberating on it, correct? And maybe any changes that might occur in that deliberation, plus any recalibration at that next forecast? I don't know, what makes sense, Adam, or because of the importance, especially we mentioned the wolf deprivation and other things, it's a biggie.
Chair Miller, I take that question in kind of two parts. The first is how quickly could we get you some additional information and context setting around the revenue forecast itself? We could do that actually pretty quickly, and we can draw out, it's something every time the revenue forecast comes out that I have an excellent team that I work with that produces a series of documents pretty quickly about specifically funds and fund types that directly impact us, and so we are very happy to share that with the board. The second question is, once that revenue forecast comes out, what the legislature will or won't do with it, or some of the changes. We often don't know until even the morning of the bill coming out. And so, but we're very happy to, after we do know the fullness of what the legislature's will is, to make sure that we have that in the next board report.
I might add something.
Yes, Director Allen.
I'm kind of got a bunch of ideas or concerns, I guess, spinning in my mind, but I mean, it just seems that, there may be an opportunity for some additional communication from the board to the governor's office too, and related to this budget. I've always seen the Department of Agriculture always running a real lean ship, and that the strategy of having a 5% reduction straight through all agencies, may not be the right approach, and that the services and stuff that Department of Ag gives to all the people of Oregon are big in food safety and just on and on and on. And that, I'm biased with our department in terms of their ability to run an efficient and tight budget, but I would certainly seem that there's some buckets of waste in other agencies that are less important. And I don't have a problem saying that. It's just, the stuff that Oregon Department of Ag does is not only critical to those that are involved in agriculture, but critical to everybody in the state.
Appreciate that, Director Allen. And I hearken back to the new data that we heard earlier on the 21 to now implications that are pretty motivating, and the fact that what does 5% mean to us given our lack of flexibility versus 5% to other agencies. So that is something I think we can take into consideration. Maybe we can bring up at our business meeting tomorrow and what we might want to look at doing as far as any, again, appropriate communication to the governor's office. But Director Hansen, do you have any comments right now on that?
I would just add, I think this has been a discussion across the natural resource agencies, period. Natural resource agencies are, I think, less than 2% of the state's general fund now. And so when you start talking about cuts in these agencies, it's significant impact pretty quickly to things that people care about.
Well, let's take that and let's bring this up during our business discussion tomorrow on any next steps that we might want to consider taking on that. But again, thanks to the two of you. Appreciate that. Actually, we're running a little early, and I believe that Director Benner is here. And I guess the question is, how much are people counting on that 11:30 start for her that we could put some business in if people are going to be joining on the phone for it, or should we just go for it? My call. Oh, darn. Okay. All right. Well, actually, let's do this, because I do think there are some people, because what you've got to share, Director, is new to some folks in agriculture. So if you don't mind holding off until the time you were going to speak, in case there are some people joining online for it, that would be great. Thanks for coming all the way here for this presentation. So as I had mentioned earlier, there are some other kind of items in tomorrow's business meeting that we can jump into today and giving John a bit of a heads up, I might actually go to the is mundane but important as our 2026 meeting dates. And also in light of the governor's challenge in regards to the budget situation, the one big change, because we set out our meeting dates and we may need to look at a couple changes, but one of our meetings is the December meeting. We've decided to do virtual, again, to save money, to set the example of so that's one thing we kind of arbitrarily have said we'll do our next year's December meeting on a virtual basis. But we do have our upcoming March meeting in concert with the State FFA Convention and other things. So John, do you want to go over some of that with us real quick?
Sure, yeah. So our March meeting, a bit of a different schedule. Also keeping that budget in mind, we truncated a little bit of that timeline as well to save on some travel costs. So it'll be a little different. We'll start on that Wednesday in Redmond earlier in the day, probably around 11-ish. We're still fleshing out the initial start time, 11 or 12. Do a full day there, run until probably around 5. And then Thursday we'll wrap up at 4, by 4, so we can attend the FFA Partners Dinner at the State FFA Convention that's happening there. And then Friday we won't have a board meeting, but there's opportunities for you all that we can talk about to get involved at the State FFA Convention, including attending the opening session, sitting on judging panels for some of the contests happening on Friday morning, staffing our booth potentially as well. So that's what the March meeting looks like. A little different format, a little different timing to plan for your scheduling.
So are you saying we're not going to go over on Tuesday if those have to travel from far? With an 11 o'clock start?
No, I don't think that was the plan, but we can push back the start time because it is far. Like nothing's set yet.
Okay. All right. So we'll be getting more information on that then. And also from a planning purpose, the session that directly follows, we'll walk over to a session right after that partners dinner. And that's a session that we'll want to have people in attendance at too, as well as the following morning. And then you will provide some other ideas via email to the board on other participation opportunities?
Yeah, Lee with FFA sent over a list and a form that you can use to sign up for judging opportunities. So I'll send the options for Friday as well as that link after this meeting.
Okay.
So you can sign up if you want to judge.
All right, great. What about the other meetings? There was a potential change for September, you were saying?
Yeah, last meeting we had talked about September coinciding with back to school. So wanted to raise that issue up again just to finalize the date so I can start looking for a venue.
Okay, so can you go ahead and give us those dates again, just in case we're not all focused yet on our calendars?
We had booked it for September 2nd through the 4th, potentially somewhere on the southern coast.
Okay, so September 2nd through the 4th. And because of that, what are the thoughts as far as a conflict from a school standpoint?
That week, I think for Corvallis, Salem, the Willamette Valley is back to school that week.
But it's back to school on Monday or back to school on, because we're starting on a Wednesday?
I think Mike might know.
Oh, I was just going to point out, Mike Dill for the record, the 7th of September is Labor Day. So that would be kind of the week ahead of Labor Day weekend, correct?
Right. So we'd be shoving on Friday, ending at 1 into Labor Day weekend, starting the following. So just a question, do people want to, I want to be open here to keep the original plan date, but Director, do you have an alternative suggestion then, or, okay.
The other thing I don't know about is I don't know how that runs into State Fair, Oregon State Fair, because of the Labor Day being moved. It's later, and how those dates align. So might consider something maybe a little more towards the middle of the month, get past the Labor Day holiday.
Okay. So are we then, okay. Well, how about this? Let's do a doodle poll then of people, and then you'll find out if there's a state fair thing. So, yes.
I was going to say, let's take a poll. I was going to suggest taking a poll.
Oh, okay. Oh, like minds. Gotta love it. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and take a poll, because I know if I go the next week, then maybe Director Orm can cheer, because I know I've got a conflict for that. So, okay. All right, we'll take a poll on that. Is there any other housekeeping-ish stuff on the meetings and meeting dates to get everything ready for us to go?
No, I think that covers it. We'll probably shorten December's meeting since it's virtual. From
Okay.
the full 3 days, but we can talk. Yeah.
Okay, great, super. Okay, the other agenda items, since we have 15 minutes, another agenda item was talking about next steps on our Board of Ag newsletter. And I'll note, let's go to section 2, and it's the second blue tab in section 2 that we've got some things on that for us. And to really talk about, how do we communicate? And after our last meeting, we went back and took a look at and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, the statutory mandate, the only statutory mandate we have to report to the legislature is the biennial report. And that's it. I assume that because we were doing this, there might be some other requirements, but there actually isn't. It's up to us. So a idea has surfaced as to whether we, instead of writing a quarterly report, I want to say thank you to those who spend time in writing their pieces, but it is a drain on the Department of Ag team to get that out on a quarterly basis to the legislature. So the idea came up. I didn't even know, because I don't think I have been receiving, my own fault, probably the quarterly newsletter. And I still don't think I have it, but that there would be a board section in there, and it would be a very brief synopsis of our meetings in that. Very different than what we were talking about, but that is a quarterly report that does go out and does go to the legislature as well. So combining that in some ways, does that make sense or not? And just again, from an efficiency purpose. And so this is the Ag Quarterly. And who all's getting Ag Quarterly? A couple of us. Okay. Well, we need to just make sure the rest of the board is getting this. So I will open it up to discussion and thoughts on it. I think my understanding was the chair 2 or 3 chairs ago. This was a very much of a passion of hers to make sure we did this, and I think the department, this is before I joined, but the board was doing these quarterlies, and then we fell into COVID, we fell into lots of other stuff, and then we really weren't. And we just started up again this last time and realized it's a pretty heavy lift to do. So, comments?
I think it's a good idea to incorporate a brief note or section in the quarterly, since somebody's already doing the lift, and it's just a matter of putting something lighter into it, and it's probably more widely distributed. I mean, especially since the other one's kind of taking a multi-year break, so no one's looking for it anymore. Maybe.
Any ideas to the contrary or in support?
I was essentially going to say the same thing as Josh. I'm in support of it.
Okay. All right. So we'll still do, maybe a content basis, but it's going to be, very brief sort of iteration even during our board meetings, because a lot of times we do a bit of a summarization, and we still could say, hey, let's make sure that that blurb does include this key point or this key point that came from the meeting, in addition to, you know, a link. It'll obviously have a link then to our board meeting, which everybody can then look at everything and in fact even view it in its entirety if they'd like to. So, okay.
Josh Zielinski for the record. Another kind of business thing that is sort of related to this. It's nice we have had several elected officials at our meetings. I'm assuming that they're always invited. One curiosity I have is, has anyone from the governor's office ever come to any board meetings? Because I've been on this board for 6 or 7 years and never seen the natural resources director or anything at any of them.
Thank you. So yes, Courtney Crowell is one of our advisors. She's been to a couple of our board meetings. And I would anticipate, as we roll out into the spring, the timing of our next board meeting and this board meeting and the governor's office coming to talk to us about the working lands resolution is a little bit off pace. But I would anticipate we will likely have someone from the governor's office at the next board meeting as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they came, not just to present something, but just to listen to, you know, if they would have been here last night, that would have been probably pretty impactful. We have a lot of interesting topics. It's not just us talking about what we want to talk about, but I think it would be a nice thing.
Right. And the one thing I know that Director Sharpless Hansen does a really good job of reporting to and talking to governor staff. And again, I think that reemphasis of our interest in having that connectivity versus, you know, a letter we may write. If we decide to write a letter tomorrow on some key topics, that's also just as a note. So that's great. All right, in order to keep on the 11:30, we still can have time, I believe, for another discussion, and that is in regards to the resolution reviews. I want to keep to the business meeting, the voting on the resolutions and all this, but this is called a process check for how we do resolutions in the future. And John, would you be able to kind of talk to us about what we're thinking about for that, or do you want me? I actually like you to summarize a little bit of our thinking on how to deal with resolution. And the issue here is, again, great intentions quite a few years back, that there were all these board resolutions and they hadn't been looked at forever. And so some of them were like, does this make sense? Does that? And I think, again, prior to me being on this board, I think they sorted through, but then they said, let's get into a cadence of reviewing everything every 3 years. Well, what we've found is we're spending a lot of time, a lot of staff time on, well, this word in the background needs to be, or it could be updated to this. And the resolution itself really has not changed much. So the thought would be to just think about doing things differently in the future. So John, do you want to, or Lisa, do you want to echo in here with what we're thinking about? So it's not just me all talking.
I'll let John talk, but I think the frequency in which we're looking at them and the bulk of work that comes with it, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze right now for what we have and the opportunities that are out there. So John, I'll let you talk about process.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, we had talked a little bit about sort of the process and how potentially to streamline some of that. So maybe looking at annual review, go through the list of resolutions that we have and pull out anything that's timely and of interest, instead of going through the systematic. Every 3 years we look at the resolutions, just to minimize some of that staff time. Because like with the 3 that are pulled for this meeting, there's no changes but proposed, and there's no change really to any of the background. But the staff time it took to get to that point was pretty considerable, and the resolutions themselves rarely ever change. The board supports or doesn't support, or that sort of language seems to stay the same. So just kind of thinking about better ways to, and that way you all have better input too of like, these are timely topics that we want to review instead of here's what's on the docket for this year. So just something to consider is what we had talked about.
And so an example I'll give, which I think I asked to be attached, at least a year ago, we had talked about taking, in light of the land use discussions that are going on and potential legislation in this next session, the idea of looking at collectively of all of our land use resolutions, and are they in conflict in any way? Because we've looked at them in different years instead of looking all together. And I asked for all of them to be attached so we could kind of reflect on that. And we don't have to do that at this meeting. But it'd be something like that to say, okay, a lot of labor stuff has come up. You know, is there a way to look at where we've talked about labor, which we have looked at recently, but we've got new board members that haven't, opined on that. So I think the idea of taking a look at what's important and also getting any direction from the team to say, hey, this is something that, might be needing refresh. So if that's okay, I think we would just go ahead and end the absolute cadence mandatory review and instead go to what's important. What we're losing, though, is for new board members to be able to see and understand and go into depth and read through and talk about revisions, which can be a learning process, but at least in my so far 4 years, there's been a lot of redundancy. But comments, any issues with going forward like that? Eric? Director Orm.
Eric Orm for the record. I was paging through section 10 here. I don't know that we want to get rid of the review altogether. I kind of like how this is set up where there's 3 resolutions up for review. The staff goes through and just makes any recommendations. And these 3, looking at them, there's really no recommendations after talking. But if we still report them to the website as being under review for 2026, then the stakeholders that may have interest, whether it's, for instance, Farm Bureau or somebody like that, or the Wheat League, or Cattlemen's, they could come in, write a letter, give us some suggested reviews that then we could then look at and see, or if one of the board members has an issue, an idea for one of the resolutions. There's technically still under review. New board members would still be able to understand them and see what's there, but yet we're not spending valuable board time reviewing them in person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my only question is that can there be a light touch that the staff takes? We're not taking staff time to say, oh, we need to update this because market, the background. The key to me is the resolution. So
Eric Orm again. I think that the staff can make edits, and at the end of the day, once it's been edited, we just approve it again, or read it and approve it. But like Resolution 305, there's a minor edit and some background section to the resolution. So basically, it's been updated. We just need to review it, and if there's any questions, we just address them at that time. I don't think we want to get completely rid of it. We just need to make it more efficient, and I think that's where we've been getting. We've been taking baby steps to get there.
Yes.
Josh Zielinski for the record. I think sort of as like a hybrid of, I understand like you want the parties who are interested in a particular issue, whether it's, wolves or cougars or, land use, to have a chance to address the resolutions that are important to them or their organization. So I think maybe if we just say, at the September meeting, we're going to scan the list of resolutions to see if anything needs addressing based on legislative action or whatever is happening in the state. That would give them, and you could also kind of invite the public to, the public to say, hey, we think this one's important. You might get all of them, which we don't want, but and maybe there would be, one or two that have several hits on it, based on something that's happened that year, and that could help you decide, rather than us just deciding, oh, hey, they're talking about land use, let's pick a few of those, but maybe there's something else in a different part of the state that triggers another resolution, being more important for whatever reason. So you can sort of invite them into the process of which ones should we look at?
Okay. Well, we've got a couple ideas. We do have time on the agenda tomorrow. Let's go ahead and complete this conversation tomorrow with what we think makes sense. And John, you've heard, some ideas here, so you may want to formulate what you think might be a focus that addresses the still ability for the public to be able to comment and other things. So, but again, we're trying to reduce the staff load is at least where I'm going on this, because I think we've taken a lot of the staff's time on stuff that may not be value added in the past. So great. All right. Well, I am very pleased to have Director of the Oregon Department of Energy here with us, Janine Benner, and really appreciate you coming to us. I was part of the Natural Resources they had chair and directors at a meeting recently with the governor's office, and the thought that we had, given we were talking about the executive order and other things, and say, hey, this piece is pretty new, and to really take an advantage, because energy is so vital and so expensive for agriculture. So it was important to have you here. So I'll turn it over to you, Director.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Well, thank you so much, Chair Miller and Director Charpelo-Hanson, and members of the board. Really excited to be here. For the record, my name is Janine Benner. I'm the Director of the Oregon Department of Energy, and I'm joined by my colleague, Jessica Rikers. She's the manager of our Technology and Policy section, which developed the energy strategy. And we're joined online, I think, or will be soon, by Todd Cornett. He's the Assistant Director for Siting and staff for the Energy Facility Siting Council. So that's an area where the Energy Agency and Oregon Department of Agriculture overlap mostly, I think, is on land use issues. So we'll send him any tough questions that you might have there. But we really appreciate the opportunity to present the energy strategy and the partnership from the Oregon Department of Agriculture. And I also got a lot out of that meeting, and really thinking about the ways that the work that the state does on land use and resilience intersects with the work that we do on energy. So I appreciate the opportunity. Okay, next slide, please. So you may not be familiar with the Oregon Department of Energy. And this slide has our mission. We help Oregonians make informed decisions and maintain a resilient and affordable energy system. We advance solutions to shape an equitable, clean energy transition, protect the environment and public health, and responsibly balance energy needs and impacts for current and future generations. It's a long mission because we have quite a diverse portfolio of work that we do. And I think go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I did want to set the context for this strategy and why we developed it. So 50 years ago, Oregon legislators created the Oregon Department of Energy during a time of transition following the oil crisis of the 1970s. And one of their first orders of business was to draft a report looking at Oregon's energy future, so back in 1975. And so 50 years later, We are proud to present a strategy that talks about Oregon's new energy future, and we hope will present a North Star for making decisions and taking action to achieve an affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy future. So today we'll talk about, again, the context, why we put together the energy strategy. We'll walk you through what the strategy says and how to use it and some of the policies that we're recommending. And then we'll talk about implementation and how we hope to partner with the Board of Ag and the Oregon Department of Agriculture and the communities that you represent on the energy strategy. And we will pause for clarifying questions as we go through. So ODO undertook development of the strategy following passage of HB 3630 in the 2023 legislative session. And our assignment was to identify pathways to achieve the state's energy policy objectives. Now, the question was not whether we could achieve those policy objectives, but how, taking into account energy demand and trends, energy burden and affordability, natural resource impacts, and other various factors that are laid out in the statute. So in addition to Oregon's clean energy and climate policies, ODO also considered affordability and reliability as essential energy policy objectives. So the bottom line is that what we looked for was clean, reliable, and affordable energy within the policy and statutory framework that the legislature has set on energy over the years. So let's go back and talk about why Oregon's legislature directed us to do this. Oregon has many different laws and goals across the electricity, transportation, and gas sectors, and there's overlap between them and even some inconsistencies every once in a while. Other states have developed strategies to help them navigate similar policy landscapes and guide them towards a future that they want. We're at a pivotal moment and transition in the energy sector. Many rapid changes have occurred over the last 5 years, and some actually during the development of the energy strategy. These include rising electricity loads, increasing energy bills, more extreme weather events that affect Oregonians. And until recently, federal support was really driving historic levels of investment in renewable energy, clean transportation, and energy efficiency. Now, of course, there's been a pretty stark reversal of federal policy. So as the landscapes has evolved, the energy strategy has evolved with it. And I want to be clear that it's not really the strategy that's calling for the energy transition. The energy transition is happening. We're seeing it in policies and the market. And this strategy is really about guiding that transition and making sure it happens in a way that works for Oregonians. Investments in our energy system need to be made regardless of whether there's a strategy. We need to upgrade our electricity system to meet increasing demands and deal with aging infrastructure. Oregon households need to replace furnaces and cars as they reach the end of their lives. And the question is how to make sure that these investments maximize benefits to Oregonians, minimize harm, avoid disproportionate effects on environmental justice and energy-burdened communities, and advance key priorities like energy affordability, public health, and economic development. So with that context out of the way, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to talk about the details of the strategy and really start with the modeling. What is the data that went into the development of these pathways?
Thanks, Director Benner. For the record, my name is Jessica Rikers, and Chair Miller, members of the board, I'm really pleased to be here today to represent the Oregon Department of Energy. Director Benner talked to you about the why. So I'm going to start talking about the what, how we determine what our options are for meeting our energy policy objectives at the state. We contracted with the Clean Energy Transition Institute as well as Evolved Energy Research to undertake a modeling exercise to inform our options. They work with models that look at the whole energy system. That includes electricity, transportation fuels, natural gas, other fuels. And for anyone that's less familiar with how models work, imagine the image of this model train here, but for the whole energy system and on a computer, of course. These models reflect economy-wide effects of energy policies over time. They account for changes to population, introductions of large electricity loads like data centers that we're hearing about, and changes to technology over time. The results provide valuable insight into the costs and benefits of different policy options, which in turn informs the choices we make to meet our clean energy goals. So the model used for the energy strategy was structured to help provide insight into what a least cost pathway to achieving Oregon's energy goals might look like. It works by selecting the least cost energy resources and technologies needed to meet the expected future energy demand while also achieving our state energy objectives. And it requires that energy reliability is maintained throughout the modeling timeline. So for example, the model makes sure that there's enough electricity generation to meet growing demand and keep the lights on. An important distinction of the model, oh, sorry, I paused unintentionally. An important distinction of this model is that it is not intended to be used as a forecast, but rather it is a way to compare the outcomes of different ways to achieve our goals. Each of the lines on this graph represents a different scenario we modeled for the strategy. The reference scenario was the least cost economy-wide scenario to meet the goals, and it's shown as the 0 line here, or the thick black line that runs horizontally. It includes high levels of energy efficiency measures and electrification of end uses like electric vehicles and heat pumps. And this is consistent with least cost actions that are identified in numerous other energy transition studies. The model was largely designed to increase the sales shares of electric and more energy efficient technologies when replacement vehicles and equipment are purchased, or when old appliances are replaced, and when new buildings are constructed or old ones are renovated. So the reference was the scenario we used as a comparison for all the other scenarios that you see in colors up here. And the colored lines represent the costs of these other scenarios that we modeled in comparison to that reference scenario. Keep in mind that all of these scenarios ultimately achieved the same thing, just in different ways. So what this chart shows is the difference in the economy-wide costs for those scenarios compared to that reference scenario. For each of them, we changed a key assumption in order to understand what the effects of that change might be on the broader energy system. For example, if you look at scenario 5, which is the pink line, which is also the third one from the reference scenario, up from the reference scenario on the far right of the graph, we added more distributed energy resources, things like rooftop solar or on-site battery storage. And additionally, we limited the ability to site new transmission. So we were really trying to look at what would happen if we couldn't access as much of the big utility scale energy, but we relied more on rooftop solar. And that's what you get in that pink line. Scenario 4, shown in darker orange, which is right below it, looked at what happens if we are only able to build half as much of the electricity generation in Oregon. Which means that we were relying a lot more on energy resources outside of the state to meet our load. As you can see, these and other alternative scenarios had higher economy-wide costs than the reference scenario. Next slide. So here's a snapshot of some of the key takeaways about energy consumption that we got from the model. These bars represent energy demand in Oregon by different types of fuel. These are all the sources of energy that power our daily lives and economy. And what I mean by fuel is not just what we think of as fuel, transportation, and natural gas, but the fuels that power our electric grid too. So as we move along the bars in this chart toward 2050, they're in 5-year increments, you can see two things are happening. The first is that overall, our energy demand is dropping, and this is primarily due to energy efficiency gains. But at the same time, what you see in the yellow bars is electricity demand, and electricity demand is growing. So overall energy demand drops because we get more energy efficient electric technologies that are replacing fossil fuel cars, furnaces, and other things. An example of this is when you switch from a gasoline to a similar type of electric vehicle, you actually consume about 3.4 times less energy when you drive that vehicle. That's why we're seeing that reduction in the total amount of energy. But obviously this electrification also contributes to the increasing electricity demand. But actually the largest growth that we're seeing, especially in the near term, comes from the growth in tech loads like data centers and chip fabrication. But even with this growth in the electricity sector and the overall growth in our economy and population through 2050, the model still found that we can achieve a 22% reduction in total energy demand by 2050. And from an energy perspective, that's pretty incredible. Next slide. So you might ask, How are we going to meet this rising electricity demand? And that question is very pressing, especially in the next 5 to 10 years because of that rapid growth in data centers that we're seeing. This slide shows Oregon's electricity resource mix from the reference scenario only, which is the total amount of electricity generation resources needed to meet load, referred to here as capacity. Each portion of the bar represents a different type of electricity generation. Some of the resources will operate most of the time, while others will operate only when needed. This is because electricity is generated as it is needed, so the system is built to provide the most amount of power expected to be needed in the coming 5 to 10 years or so. That means some resources, the ones that are the most expensive to operate, are only used when the demand is really high. What this chart shows is an electricity resource mix that is increasingly made up of renewable resources. You can see in blue that the hydro system continues to be a foundational resource, but more energy is going to be needed to meet that load growth. I'm sorry, I said blue was hydro, and I'm wrong because I just assumed, but it's not. It's actually that darker blue color. And stay there, sorry. So the model also showed that we have existing natural gas plants, and those will need to continue to operate. But they are going to be used less and less frequently. And that's because solar and wind are usually the first least cost resources to be operated. They don't have fuel costs, so they're cheaper to operate. And then we leave those natural gas plants to come online when we need them in order to meet the really highest load hours and load days of the year. Stay there. In 2035, you see a new bar appear, and that's that light gray bar second from the top. This represents new and clean gas generation plants. Clean means that they're using lower carbon renewable natural gas or hydrogen as fuel. The model found these to be the least cost option in Oregon to provide some additional capacity. But this is one finding that comes with some degree of uncertainty. The choice of the model was based on cost data available to us today, but things could change in the coming years. Technology innovations or policy developments, even energy market development might change the model's calculations on how to fill this capacity need. So it's going to be important for us to track these things to ensure that Oregon is poised to leverage the most competitive technologies to meet its growing electricity needs over time. Now, next slide. We also conducted an analysis to help shed some light on consumer affordability and energy burden considerations. Energy burden is the share of a household's income that gets spent on energy needs. This household energy wallet, as we called it, looked at what the adoption of an electric vehicle means for different Oregon household energy costs. We also did the same thing for heat pumps, but I'm going to share the electric vehicle one here. We looked at a single family home, we looked at multifamily home, and we also looked at a rural cold climate home. And the key takeaway was that because the fuel and maintenance costs go down when you replace a gas or a diesel car with electric, that also reduces the overall energy costs for that household. This is a benefit, but of course there's barriers to electric vehicle adoption, including overcoming the upfront costs for that vehicle. And some households will find it harder than others to make that switch to EVs. Rural drivers in particular face unique challenges when it comes to the electric vehicles, primarily because there are fewer charging stations available in the rural parts of Oregon. But if the state and others can help reduce these barriers, the transition can deliver substantial savings for these households, especially in rural areas where people tend to drive more miles. Next slide. So in addition to consumer costs, we looked at many other considerations as they related to the strategy in the least cost reference scenario model, which you can see on this slide. To help us do this, we gathered information from 3 different resources. Primarily, first, broad perspectives from many different people. Then we talked to technical and lived experience experts. And finally, we got robust data-driven analysis like the model to help inform these conversations. And we also thought a lot about what kind of information participants in the energy strategy development might need in order to have these conversations. And an area that might be of interest to the board is the land use considerations, which is highlighted up there. So I'm going to now dive in a little deeper into how we inform those land use discussions. So in developing the model, we needed to provide some assumptions about where and how much land could be available for energy infrastructure development. We used the Nature Conservancy's Power of Place study to inform which land areas the model would exclude for energy infrastructure development. Everything you see here was excluded in the reference scenario, including high-value cropland and pasture and rangeland. Lower value farmland was not explicitly included, but the model deprioritized these lands. Next slide. So these maps are a visualization of the land use constraints from the last slide. And really focus on the one on the right, siting level 3 at the top. That one reflects all of those exclusions that I just mentioned, and they're shown in green. The categories, so that you know of those different exclusions, they list exclusion category 1, category 1 and 2. Those are from the Power of Place study. Category 1 includes legally protected, existing environmental protected, and land use restricted lands. Category 2 is administratively protected land, parks, and key wildlife habitat. And Category 3 includes high conservation value lands, prime farmland, and ecologically and culturally important lands. Even with these restrictions, the model was still able to build the energy infrastructure needed to meet load. And while the modeling does not provide a definitive answer to the question of how much land is needed and where, it did provide a sense of scale. These results inform discussions on land use policy as they relate to energy production. And agencies like the Department of Land Conservation and Development and partners in our advisory groups and working groups provided expertise about the work that they and their organizations do, as well as the perspectives of the communities that they represent. And I'm going to share more about this in just a few slides. Next slide. So the reference scenario showed a lot of onshore wind and solar is expected to be built in the state. And this slide shows the amount of Oregon's land use devoted to wind and solar today, compared with amounts expected from different model scenarios in 2035 and 2050. What stands out most is that wind, which makes up the blue largest portion of the bars here, takes up the majority of the total land area needed. This is because wind turbines are spaced far enough apart to allow for the wingspans of the blades, but also to ensure the most efficient operation of those turbines. In comparison, the total amount of land needed for solar facilities is significantly less because the panels are sited much closer together. So wind takes up more land than solar, but it leaves most of the actual land available to be used for things like agricultural purposes. While some types of agriculture could occur with solar installations, you might have heard about research in this area called agrivoltaics, the agricultural options are more limited in this case, and most planned solar development is for solar only, so this was not a consideration of the model. Overall, a little over 300 square miles of land was used for solar and wind installations in 2024, which is about 0.3% of Oregon's land area. Looking at the reference scenario results, which in the 2035 and 2050 breakout, the reference is the one on the far left, we see that the land use area would increase to a little over 600 square miles in 2035 and 800 by 2050. The other bars that you see there are different alternative scenarios that required less land area for wind and solar. This includes scenarios I mentioned briefly before that rely more on distributed resources with less transmission, so rooftop solar, battery storage. And we also did one where only half of the data centers were developed as what we're anticipating in the reference scenario. And finally, we did one where we built less generation in state. We relied more on out-of-state generation. But it's important to note on that one, if that happened, we would have to acquire more transmission to be able to access those out-of-state resources. So you would see an increase in build-out for transmission there. All of these resources result in more land use for energy relative to today, but they do require less land than the reference scenario. Land use was higher than the reference scenario in the other 6 alternative scenarios that aren't showing up on this chart. Next slide. This blue box represents 800 square miles, or about 0.8% of Oregon's land area. Of course, this would be dispersed throughout the state, but is still a significant allocation of land. Next slide. The reference scenario model highlighted a co-benefit of the changing electricity resource mix, which is significant reductions in water consumption needs. Energy and water resources are intertwined, with water being necessary in differing amounts for almost all electricity production, but especially for natural gas and geothermal. The top half of this chart shows the change in electricity generation resources in the reference scenario from 2023 on the left, to 2050 on the right. Below that is the change in water consumption based on that change in the resource mix. In this scenario, water consumption decreases to about 20% of 2023 consumption by 2050. In 2023, electricity production used about 250 million metric tons of water, primarily as a cooling agent for natural gas plants, which are shown in gray. By 2050, those plants operate much less frequently, which reduces the total water demand. Notice that most of the gray bar is now gone in 2050, and the majority of the water consumption is being attributed to geothermal units shown in the green portion of the bar. The model selected enhanced geothermal, which is an emerging new type of geothermal energy as a least cost resource to meet load beginning in 2040. Oregon has really good geothermal resources, and based on the information we have today, that technology may be a cost-effective option to meet load later in the modeling timeline. It's important to note that enhanced geothermal is still being studied and is not yet ready for commercial development. So this is an uncertainty, and we'll continue to follow this. But another interesting thing about enhanced geothermal that I wanted to share with this group is that it has a much smaller land use need than solar or wind, is renewable, and ODA will be continuing to monitor advancements in this technology, including a U.S. Department of Energy funded enhanced geothermal demonstration project that operates at Newberry Crater. Next slide. So before we move on to talking about developing the energy strategy, I wanted to highlight some of the key takeaways learned from the modeling and other analyses that went with it. All the scenarios we modeled indicated a need for more electricity infrastructure development in Oregon, driven primarily by data center load growth, especially in the next decade, as well as electrification of vehicles and other end uses. This need remains, even if data center load growth is only half of what is currently forecasted. There is a great deal of uncertainty in data center load growth, which could change based on evolving policies at local, state, and federal levels, and technological advancements in data storage. This uncertainty means risk is higher in energy system planning and investments, which has implications for consumer energy costs. The reference scenario found that expanding the existing transmission system will also be necessary in order to supply the energy needed to meet electricity demand. A diverse mix of generation resources, including hydro, large-scale wind and solar, gas plants, storage, and rooftop solar, can reduce risk by providing more options to meet that load and allowing for more scalable energy infrastructure investments. Supporting more distributed energy resources like rooftop solar reduces the need for grid-scale renewables and transmission infrastructure investments, but it may come with a higher economy-wide cost. Electrification and energy efficiency are key to reducing the overall energy needs and to cost containment, especially in transportation. And fuels will play a strategic role in the transition with a shift toward low carbon fuels over time. Oregon already has a lot of policies that support these ideas, but more are going to be needed, and those policies need to have many perspectives and other needs brought into the discussions and consideration beyond just energy. So in the next section, Director Benner will be covering our outreach and engagement that helped us craft the strategy. But first, I just want to stop and see if you have any questions about the modeling that I just covered.
I got a question.
Director Allen.
Chad Allen for the record. What's the state doing in terms of any partnerships federally with putting out that infrastructure for charging stations as the I mean, the assumption is there's going to be a lot more electric cars out there, and I know that's a big bottleneck, even urbanly. And that you know, I don't know a lot about it, but I have heard, you know, a lack of fast charging stations, you know, and you know, and the necessity of trying to plan out your route and all these sort of obstacles that are in line. It seems that the infrastructure's lagging. So I wondered what the thoughts were to make sure that that was going to be set up.
Excellent question, Director Allen, and you've hit on probably my favorite energy topic, so thank you for that. The Oregon Department of Transportation leads many programs, too many for me to relate all of them here, to install charging infrastructure across the state. Those programs apply to putting chargers in along major travel corridors, or putting chargers in communities that can be used by those communities for like more localized needs. They also are working with fleets and ways to get more charging, either private charging, which I think DEQ actually provides the money, funds for that in the private sector, and then putting more charging for the bigger trucks for public needs as well. So there's multiple programs. I cannot speak highly enough of ODOT's work in this space. They were able to get the planning and the funding allocated for a lot of these programs before the money was halted from the federal government. So they're actively still putting in chargers, and that money should continue at least for the next 4 to 5 years.
Is there going to be a requirement that charging stations or vehicles all have the same type of charging ports, connections, these types of things, some sort of a, so they're all very similar in terms, I mean, I think that, fossil, gasoline and stuff has been pretty uniform through, right? And that how, I've heard some concerns around that. Like if I go to this one, they don't have that. I got to bring my this and adapters and so on. And so what's the thought around some of that problem?
Director Allen, great question. Those have been, that was a really difficult problem, but the market actually has solved most of this. Most of the manufacturers, with I think it's just one exception now, have said they're going to install one type of charger, and that charger is it's called the North American Charging Standard, or NACS, but it's Tesla's charging standard. And cars from other manufacturers are already being made to have that charging system on them, or companies are providing an adapter to help with that. So, and then when it comes to the trucks, the industry all settled on the same charging standard for the bigger trucks already. So that problem was solved before it even started.
Thank you.
I'll just, if it's all right, just to take it back to the energy strategy. You saw the modeling showed that we need to electrify transportation. So the energy strategy, when we get to the pathways, you'll see highlights that as a key thing we need to do. And so there's a number of policies that you'll see in the energy strategy to make improvements in charging and affordability of electric vehicles. And then as an EV driver, I'm very familiar with the frustrations of the different ports and the different way that you can pay for the charging. I just don't know why I can't put my credit card in. It's very frustrating.
Well, that might bring up another question. I'm assuming this, how do you deal with, or is there some sort of a standardized price for when you go to hook up for a charging station? Is it just whatever they're going to charge you is what you got to pay? You're sort of, if that's the only place you can get to before your dead battery's dead, you got to pay whatever they require, or I know there's some around fuel in terms of price gouging. If there's this theory of reduction in fuel, certain stations will have super high prices, and there's some rules around not allowing that to happen.
Director Allen, I haven't read up on this totally recently, but I do know that this is largely market-driven, what you pay, and it differs between charging companies. It differs at different times of the day. As you mentioned, sometimes they will charge you more. They also provide, there are many plans that people can join up that have different costs associated with them. It's incredibly confusing, and it really leaves, I think, a lot of drivers with a lot of uncertainty. That being said, we did this has been a few years back now, but actually gas prices were higher, so I think it holds. We did an assessment just looking at 3 of the major providers of charging, and they indicated that the charging would, when we estimated their costs, it would still be less to fuel your car, even paying the highest amount of cost with electricity, than a comparable gasoline vehicle. So you're still saving money But it is confusing and it is uncertain, and that's definitely a challenge that is brought up frequently.
I think we're going to need to move on, but we could have one more question. But maybe Director, when you're talking about the strategy itself, I know the word nuclear might be just nuclear, but given the energy demand, where does that fit into the picture? And then secondly, I think Oregon has benefited particularly from a climate change focus with CO2 emissions with far more hydro focus, and some other environmental and other social policies are suggesting maybe that hydro generation be, put in a different place from a priority. So when you do have a chance, if we could look at hydro and nuclear and how that might fit into the overall state's energy strategy. So Josh, did you have something real quick or? Okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Actually, if it's all right, I'll just address those two issues real quick before we get into the actual strategy. But nuclear did not show up in the modeling for two reasons. One is that we don't currently allow, our statutes don't allow nuclear to be built in Oregon, and so the model was constrained by existing law. The second reason is that the model, as Jessica said, looked for the least cost resource, and nuclear currently is not the least cost resource, even if the model reaches out of state. So right now, Oregon gets 3% of our electricity from nuclear power generated at the Columbia Generating Station in Washington. There aren't any new nuclear facilities that would be able to provide power. That's one of those things, as Jessica said, that's uncertain, that may change. There's talk of development of small modular reactors, there's new generation nuclear. It could be that when those plants get developed, the cost will come down and that will show up as a least cost resource for us in Oregon, but it's not there now. And then hydro, hydro accounts for almost half of the energy that we generate in the state and about a third of the energy that we use in Oregon. And this model, the strategy is definitely dependent on that hydro continuing to show up. And I know there's discussions about protection of salmon, and that may impact the amount of hydro that we have in the future. But right now, actually, if you really want to nerd out, you can look at our electricity resource mix online, which shows over time how much of our electricity comes from different resources. And you can see that hydro actually goes up and down over the years based on how much water is in the river, how much rain we get, how much snowpack, et cetera. So we already in our model accounted for the variability of hydro. And I think the changes that we're looking at to hydropower to address Endangered Species Act issues. I shouldn't say this because I haven't verified it, but I think it would be interesting to compare the delta, how much change would come from operating the dams to benefit fish versus how much changes, how much hydropower varies over the years due to natural variability. So, our model didn't look specifically, wasn't able to model as granular as specific changes at specific dams or Endangered Species Act purposes. It just looked at hydropower generally. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, I want us to jump pretty quickly to what the strategy says, so I won't spend much time on this slide. Just to say that we talked to a lot of people about the energy strategy. We had an advisory group. This is just a list at the beginning of the energy strategy about that includes the advisory group members and working groups who talked about policy. The modeling was important, but even more important, if you can go back a couple, even more important was the discussions that we had with experts and people who have lived experience. And we really appreciated engagement from the Oregon Department of Energy and staff to staff level. One thing that I'll point out, probably can't see their names, but we did have some folks with some expertise in agriculture and rural communities. We had the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, Y-East Resource Conservation Development, 1,000 Friends of Oregon, Oregon Rural Electric Cooperative Association. These were all folks who were involved in the development of the strategy, which is not to say that they all would sign on 100% to support the strategy. In wasn't a consensus document, but it was informed by everything. Some of the perspectives that were shared were in conflict with each other. So the Oregon Department of Energy wanted to make sure that dissenting voices were visible in the report. So as you go through it, you'll see that there's risks and barriers that are articulated for each of the policies that we propose. And then there's a comment summary on our website that goes through all of the feedback that we heard. Now you can go to the next slide, please. So we also worked with the 9 federally recognized tribes, informal government-to-government conversations, staff conversations. We heard a lot of concerns about how existing energy systems overlook tribal sovereignty and cultural knowledge and priorities. And on this slide, you can see some of the main themes that we heard during our engagement with tribes. That was really fast through the engagement, but I do want to get back to the strategy, unless anyone has any questions on engagement. Okay.
All right, so I've talked a bit about the what and what's needed to achieve a least cost trajectory to meet energy demand reliably, affordably, and while meeting our clean energy objectives. And the strategy actually focuses on the how. How do we get there? There are 3 levels of recommendations. At the top, we've got the 5 pathways to guide decision making, which I'm going to share in a second. Below that is each of those are broken out into 3 or 4 high-level policies that really hone that guidance into some more specific pieces. And then there are 42 legislative and policy actions that are focused on actions that can happen in the next 4 years to make progress on our objectives. This is what the House Bill 3630 asked us to do, is identify pathways and present legislative and policy actions. So next, we have the 5 pathways represent a portfolio of approaches to meet our energy needs. They all need to be advanced in parallel. There's no order of priority or sequence here. Energy efficiency, I'll start at the top, recognizes that the cheapest, cleanest, least harmful energy is the energy that you don't use. As I described in the modeling section, the clean electricity pathway recognizes that we need significant development to meet growing demand. Then the next one is electrification, and we use this both as an energy efficiency measure and a way to significantly cut emissions at least cost. The fourth one is low carbon fuels. Fuels remain important for reliability and for our economy. So low carbon fuels are the strategic way that we help to support sectors that can't electrify easily or immediately. And resilience is last because it's something we should seek to advance across all of the other pathways. As we invest in our energy system, we need to consider whether we can both move towards cleaner sources of energy and support resilience at the same time. Move on to the next slide. So, each of the pathways presents a direction for our state. In the discussions informing the pathways and how we advance them, we often heard about risks and barriers. I'd like to talk a little bit about how that's reflected in the report, as Janine said. We made sure to present both sides there, and also how this is reflected in our thinking. And our thinking going forward needs to be realistic and also solutions focused. So that's the challenge in front of us. This is an example of a policy that you'll see in the Clean Electricity Pathways and Policies section of the report. I think that's I'm sorry, that shouldn't have been said that way. An example of a policy that you'll see in the Clean Electricity Pathways and Policies section of the report will list out several reasons why clean electricity can help us reach our objectives and the risks and barriers to keep in mind as we go forward. These risks and barriers are not reasons for inaction, but rather they are reasons to act thoughtfully and consider the potential effects of different energy choices. For example, building new energy infrastructure is necessary to meet energy needs, but this development should be done in a way that minimizes negative outcomes. It's critical that these trade-offs are considered at a local level as well. So there are questions that we're hearing and you all and the Department of Agriculture might be hearing about what criteria should local jurisdictions consider when evaluating new energy infrastructure projects? What should developers consider when engaging with communities? What do they need to talk to communities about? And what key questions about a project need to be asked by all parties involved? Next slide. So as we develop the energy strategy pathways, Representatives and experts in environmental justice and other disadvantaged communities contributed to the development of an equity and justice framework, which informs policymakers as they consider how to achieve policy or project goals in a way that reaches everyone. We hope that the framework presented here can be used as a resource and a tool to follow best practices for considering equity in policy and program development. This slide summarizes the framework that can help meet the needs of communities and people where they are, recognizing that rural, urban, low-income, environmental justice, and vulnerable populations like the elderly or people with compromised immune systems all have different needs and may require focused outreach. This was essential research for ODO as we met with people to discuss policy needs, barriers, and options that served as the basis of the strategy. Next slide. So for each of the 5 pathways in the strategy, it includes policies that build on the pathway and provide more detail to inform near-term actions and decisions over time. We don't have time to go through all the policies in each of the pathways, so I'd like to focus on the clean electricity one. As you can see on this slide, the clean electricity pathway includes 4 policies. The first focuses on building the electricity infrastructure that we need while avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating negative effects. The second focuses on demand-side flexibility. For example, electric vehicles can contribute to peak electricity demand, or they can help to utilize existing grid resources more efficiently when they can be charged outside of the highest electricity demand hours. Third, it's important to consult and engage with tribes regarding energy development to understand their concerns and identify opportunities to support tribal priorities while minimizing impacts to tribal communities and lands. And finally, as part of a regional electricity system, the strategy highlights the need to cooperate with neighboring states and regional entities to advance Oregon's interests. In addition to pathways and policies, the energy strategy also proposes some near-term actions that build on these policy frameworks and serve to overcome barriers and will lay a foundation for continued progress over time. But I'm going to pause for just a second and see if there's any questions about what I just covered.
Maybe I'll jump in and say, so there's 42 actions that we're proposing. So you've seen pathways, those 5 policies under each, and then 42 actions that are, we have some suggested priorities in the near term, and then the governor just released an executive order that highlights some of those as priorities. So maybe, I know we're getting near time, so instead of going, we picked out some that we thought would be of interest to you, and we're happy to talk about them, or we're happy to just answer questions and leave you with the energy strategy to peruse when you have time.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, we're hitting up against a public comment period that we have to stay on time for, and that's in about 4 minutes or so. But thank you for all of this, and I guess I'll just for a few minutes open it up, but I think we're going to need to, from just our awareness level, that's why I appreciated that Director Charpelos had to say, hey, we need to get you guys here, because I think agriculture, you know, I think many in the industries generally, but particularly ours, were unaware of all the work, and not that you didn't reach out, but there's so many, you know, there's so many issues and so many things that focus our attention. So are there any comments? And we might end up having follow-up, but I really, I know I had a chance to read, and that's what part my questions is where does this fit in? But any questions here, or there is any closing comment you'd like in the last few minutes that we might want to focus on?
Well, Chair Miller, in closing, and Jessica and I are happy to stick around and also available anytime for questions on this. I would just say we really wanted to make sure this is an energy strategy for the state, not just the Oregon Department of Energy. So we engaged with a number of different agencies, including Oregon Department of Agriculture. And I would love, as you're looking through the energy strategy or just reflecting on this presentation, to think about if there are areas of potential partnership between the communities that you work with and the Oregon Department of Energy and the other folks who are going to be involved in implementing the strategy. There's a lot of work to do here. We finished the strategy. That was good. We feel good about that. But now it's really the work is going to start in implementing the strategy. So we really look forward to partnering with Department of Ag and anyone else who will work with us.
Great, thank you. I do think that Director Dill has a quick comment.
Hi, Mike Dill for the record. Very interesting and like a lot of information to process. I just wanted to make a comment, so not a question, that I work for a company that's a distribution company. We have a lot of trucks, we drive a lot of miles, and we're watching and waiting, and we're wanting to make investments, but we're just not sure when and like what the right time is, when the technology is going to stop or something new is going to come on. So it's really tough for businesses to adapt and kind of know when and how and where to make those investments. Different than myself, like I can decide if I want to buy an EV car and it's not a huge investment. But when we have 40 semis that we want to try to figure out what to do with and all these different routes. So yeah, just no question, but just a comment that folks like us are kind of waiting and wondering. And so it's nice to see what's happening kind of behind the scenes, but I don't think it clears anything up for us. So anyways, we'll just be, kind of monitoring and continue and just kind of wonder what's coming next.
Ty.
Ty Cleaver for the record. Thank you very much for your presentation. And this is more of, I guess, a perspective that we've seen everywhere that we have a board have been in my time on it. And that is, businesses in Oregon are, the common thread you hear from everyone is we're being crushed by regulatory expenses and being competitive on kind of a global level, like to the point that we're about done. And just, I would ask, please be very sentient of that very widespread sentiment.
We had quite a focus on regulatory stuff last night too, which I think speaks to this, but appreciate those comments. And yeah, we rely a lot on transportation, let alone obviously the tractors that are in our fields and things like that. So thank you for this. We definitely will be looking and coming back and look at where we could look at potential opportunities for collaboration, but appreciate your trek over here for this meeting. So.
Any excuse to come to the gorge, I'll take it.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Next, we are open for our public comment period. And we have with us for 3 different individuals that are here in person. And I'll begin discussions. I think, Chris, you're the first signed up. And from here on, licensing.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Chris Shadell, and I work for the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District. I have 3 minutes, so I'm going to go quick. I would like to again address the problematic and disparate nature of the state of Oregon's pesticide testing and licensing system, specifically as it pertains to Spanish-speaking pesticide applicators. What we have seen through our bilingual pesticide education training program is the state of Oregon's system is problematic for Spanish speakers and is wildly and unrepresentatively disparate from the English counterpart. The ability of people to prepare for the Spanish language exam in Spanish is extremely limited. Access to the exam and the only way in which the exam is administered is also prohibitive and problematic. The exam itself is deeply problematic. And you can see these issues reflected in the exceptionally low number of attempts statewide and the even lower pass rates of the Spanish language exam. You as ODA have these numbers and can see this is true and has always been true. The numbers should not be interpreted that there is no interest or no talent working on farm. I want to be clear, we are not advocating for an easy exam or a license that would not, we are not advocating for an easy exam that would license people not prepared to hold the liability or apply pesticides safely and within the accordance of the law. We are asking for a fair and dignified system, a system that allows people to access information, and a fair test that demonstrates working knowledge of important information. We are advocating for a system that is built for the people working in ag. This is not the current system within the state. Here in Hood River, over the last biennium, we are able to offer over 40 in-person training days, 38 of which were in the Spanish language. We served over 1,200 people in their first language as a result. These trainings represented more than 40% of the Spanish language recertification credit opportunities statewide. In the last year, we facilitated education to prepare for the private applicator's license exam to more than 200 people, 130 of which was in the Spanish language, resulting in 67 people accessing their license, more than 40 of which were through a Spanish language exam. We are not doing anything special. We are offering opportunity for accessible education in people's first language, reasonable access to an exam, and reasonable exam. Our programming started out to serve the need within the tree fruit industry. However, in the last year, this program has served people working in the seed industries, nursery, labor contractors, Christmas trees, berries, cannabis, hazelnut, vineyards, hops, wheat, noxious weed landscape, and forestry, industries that make up Oregon's top agricultural commodities. We have served beyond the people of the Mid-Columbia region and had people from over 35 different places in the state, from Medford to Milton Freewater and everywhere in between. Last month, we had a man from Merrill, Oregon, 5 miles north of the California border. Why? Because we are the only Spanish language training opportunity. We are aware of the funding climate and capacity demands. However, this is a systemic issue in the Department of Ag and has always been. It predates everyone in this room. It has always been an issue, it has never been a priority, and it has never been allocated the resources. This has been a choice. You guys are the regulatory agency that has built a system many people are reliant on and can't access in spite of their best effort. The state has an opportunity to build a system that serves the people working in ag, fill a need, and meet a demand in the Spanish language.
Chris, thank you. And you also submitted written comments, so that is.
I did not. That was
you did not.
Stella Mackey, likely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Typically, we don't ask questions for this, so sorry about that. So, Leslie Tenamura, you're up next. And thank you last night for your comments, too. We much appreciated that.
Yes, I'm here to bum everybody out again. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you again. For the record, my name is Leslie Tamura, although you could probably call me Chicken Little after I told you the sky was falling yesterday. That's fine. I am also here to discuss the problematic nature of ODA's testing and licensing system for pesticide use. This state prides itself on prioritizing equity and diversity. Many people in Oregon's government boast about how Oregon leads the pack in these efforts, but we don't see it reflected in this particular process. As Chris said, we completely understand the limitations of funding and capacity. There's never enough time or money, but that doesn't change the fact that this is a very real issue. It's been ignored far too long, and ODA is literally the only agency that can fix it. There's no kicking the can to anybody else on this one. So here's a roadmap of where to start. This test is 100 questions, and people are given 2 hours to take it by default. In the fine print, it very clearly says 3 hours is allowed if you request it. Make the default time 3 hours. It's already in the rules. It's allowed. Just make it the default. The test is only allowed to be taken on a computer. Allow it to be taken on paper as well with a Scantron sheet the way other states do. Knowledge of how to use a computer isn't required to be a licensed spray applicator. It shouldn't be required to obtain the license itself. This one will take a little more work, but the good news is it only needs to be done one time. Redesign the test itself. In my former life as a teacher, I designed, administered, and analyzed the results for hundreds of tests, and there are some basic pedagogy principles that all standardized tests should follow in good practice. The test should use plain language. The same concepts can and should be tested that are currently on the exam, but plain language reduces bias, improves fairness, and more accurately measures someone's knowledge rather than their ability to decipher complex language. Improve question construction. Don't use phrases like all of the following except or which of these should not be used because they are more cognitively taxing and they are proven to increase errors. Again, are we testing knowledge of safe and accurate pesticide use, or are we testing the ability to decipher complicated language? Avoid using none of the above and all of the above options. Any incorrect options called distractors should still be believable but demonstrably wrong. Redesigning the test itself is absolutely necessary, and it's a tangible action ODA can take to serve the producers and ag workforce of this state. I would also ask that this task not be done behind closed doors, but include participation and feedback from actual stakeholders as much as is possible. You've got a few people in this room alone that would be happy to donate our time and energy to supporting this process, as you can see. This is not about making the test easy for people to pass. It's about making it fair and accessible. As you heard from us last night, so many of the problems in this industry do not have solutions available, but this one does. So let's fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand you recently took the test. When did you take
last
that
year,
test?
last fall.
Last fall?
Yes.
And so your comments reflect.
Yes, 100%. As we discussed last night, I am a great test taker. I was always a straight A student. I know how to study. I know how to take tests, and I passed the test just fine. But it was a complicated test, and I found myself having to really, really pick apart the language of the questions to figure out what was being asked. Again, it's not about testing whether I know how to use pesticides safely and accurately. It's about, can I understand the question? And that's not what we should be testing people on. And that's one approach that can be taken that should not require a lot of time or capacity to do that sort of thing, especially when there's a national test bank question list that can be pulled from. It's not like you have to toss it out and recreate the wheel. These questions are designed. You just have to find better ones to get at the concepts you're wanting to test.
Okay. I broke my own rules. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next, Adam. And again, thank you for your comments last night as well. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back this afternoon. My name for the record is Adam McCarthy, and I'm here representing McCarthy Family Farm. A little bit about last night, I spoke that our number one largest item in this business of growing fresh apples, pears, and cherries is labor. Number two is crop protection. Consumers do not like fruit that's been blemished out the storefront. They eat with their eyes, they buy with their eyes, so we have to have great looking pears, apples, and cherries to put in front of them when they hit the retail shelf. This requires a pretty extensive crop protection program throughout the season. In pears and apples really, we start with a preventative program that runs based on degree days and how the fruit bud develops from about March 1st to June 1st. And then we go into, that's a proactive mode, we're being preventative, and then we go into a reactive mode where we go based on crop scouting, trap counts for codling moth. We tap and check spurs for pear psylla, which is the largest pest in pears. A lot of these products are organic, actually, even though we're using them on the conventional side. We use a lot of particle films, kaolin clay, and mineral oil. We can't spray when it's too hot. We use air blast sprayers. They go up. We have drift issues. We can't spray when it's too hot. We can't spray when it's foggy. We can't spray when it's too cold. We can't spray when conditions are wet. We can't spray when it's too windy. What it comes down to is from March 1st to about July 15th, we are spraying every possible spray day we can. In our operation, that's a team of about 6 applicators going all day, every day on those available spray days, and 2 supervisors usually. We farm across about 1,000 feet in elevation difference, so we're following, the degree days vary depending on that elevation, so we're tracking the crop up, so that's why we come in and spray out the pears, and then we're moving up the valley in locations and back down. There's certain sprays we put on. A fire blight spray for pears, it's only good for effective for 48 hours, and you want to get it on in front of a rainstorm. So you're trying to get it out there and cover 300 or 400 acres in a 48-hour window. Apples, we have some. I literally, for bloom sprays on apples for chemical thinning, I'll check a material. It's literally an hour by hour. I'll go check in the morning and see if the flowers are open, developing enough, and when we need to come in and put that application on. Where I'm going with this is the logistics around getting the material there, getting the equipment there across. We manage 7 locations, and having licensed applicators in place is extremely difficult. in order to ensure that everybody would properly supervising and monitoring those applications at all times. The weather conditions are constantly changing. The right materials are going in the tank. A lot of you are familiar with this process. It's extremely important to make sure that the details are being taken care of on the ground throughout these applications that are happening every day for 90 to 120 days. I'm going to give you 2 examples quickly. As I said last night, I managed in Medford. I had a candidate there, Max. We're going to call him Max. I studied with Max. I think Max took this test almost 10 times. The things that I thought would trip him up, like calibration, the mathematics, eventually I could tutor him and he could get the mathematics correct and down and he would pass those. It was the language parts throughout the test that he would not be able to pass. He was extremely just demoralized by not passing this test after taking it for 10 times. I then up here, I had an applicator named Marcos who came and did Chris's program, thankfully. I think it was last winter, where he took the Washington State test in conjunction with the Oregon test. He passed on his second try in Washington, which is reciprocal, so he's now a licensed applicator in Oregon. And the morale boost that gave him as a young supervisor to climb the ladder and gain that license, I mean, it changed his career, literally. And so I think it's really important you guys have a test that it's capable that people can actually pass the test. I mean, from demoralizing a human and an employee and a staff member to building them up and allowing them to move up in their career and give them a tool to continue to further their career and their education, I think is definitely a must. And so I really appreciate the work Chris did for coming up that. I didn't even know Washington was reciprocal until she brought it to my attention last year, and we went that route. But the pass rates, as you know, way higher in Washington. So thank you very much for looking into this.
Okay, I believe those are the only verbal comments. We don't have any comments from virtually for us. I guess a question I have, Director, this issue has come up a couple of times in testimony for us, and because it's open public comment period, we don't necessarily opine on it. So is it possible, as a suggestion, given the different testimony we have, that at our next meeting, that this be a subject and we look at opportunities, understanding constraints, everything else, but either kind of a response to it, because the information seems very compelling. So.
Thank you for that. So in your meeting packet, there is some information, but we definitely can have a session, to talk about where we're at, what we're doing, and we'll go back and have some conversation about paths forward as well that we can bring back to the March meeting.
Okay, appreciate that. So again, thank you for your comments, much appreciated. We'll now recess the meeting until tomorrow morning at 8:30. And the board members will have lunch here. And then we'll depart the hotel for our tour. And we're going to depart the hotel at 1:20 p.m. And so be ready to actually leave at 1:20 out in the lobby. And we'll be touring the Diamond Fruit Growers packing facility and Hood River Cooperative Extension, a director that you mentioned before, research center. So thank you with that.
Wait.
Yes?
I'm going to depart from the script, so this is dangerous.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. So there's somebody I want to introduce to the board. Donna Silverberg she serves as a consultant to many of the natural resource agencies, working through some of our gnarly issues. She has been very helpful for us as we've been working through the farm stand, farm store discussions in helping us navigate. And her services would be available to us if we at some time wanted to do a planning session or some other things. But I wanted to introduce Donna. I have just an affinity for her work and working with her because she's delightful and incredibly helpful and very responsive. Yes. So just a quick departure and introduction.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'm glad that we have someone like you that helps us take on these, non-controversial issues. So it's good. All right. Okay, so we will eat, and John, you have
Sure. Yeah, lunch will be served downstairs in the lounge. So just walk down and you'll see the sign.
Okay, and I think you could leave your things up here, and if you want to for the meeting tomorrow, but again, 120 in the lobby to head on out. And I think we need to make sure we have warm clothes and boots.
Warm clothes. We won't be hiking a ton, but yeah, it's cold. So
Okay, so sturdy covered toe shoes, no sandals. So anyway, thank you. All right, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.